And alrighty. Yay, things are thinking. Make sure everything is actually thinking the way it should be thinking. You never know what kind of things thing until they thing the thing on the other thing, and that's a situation you just don't want. Phone magic does phone magic, that's a great sign. But, as always, I will do my double and triple checking. We're good here. And we're good here. Great! Alright. Oop. Boop. Here we go. Yeah. Things aren't broken. The best kind of state of thinging. You don't want broken things. Unless you fix things, in which case you want plenty of broken things, but we're not here to talk about that. Oh, well, the peaceful music is ban. Every time I wonder if you intentionally or unintentionally misspell it. I'm still not sure. Don't tell me the answer. Let me sit here and ponder. It's better that way. Oh, my cousin came back from his trip. So then he knocks, and then he like comes into my room. And then he's like, "Here, I have gifts for you." And I'm like, "Ooh. Yay. Thank you." So now my desk space is a bit more crowded. So now these four lovely little fellows get to sit here and be a part of my desk. Oop. Not that one. Not that one either. That's a good one, but I'm not feeling it. Nah. Ooh, yay. This is the kind of empty brain music I need. Yeah. So yeah, so now our fun Gen 1 starters all chilling in Lego form are sitting on my desk. Standing on top of the Pokemon cards, my mask, my microfiber cloth, and that crystal I made. I need to make more. That's pretty good. This really is an empty brain song. Alright. Oh, hold on. Actually, give me a moment. Alrighty, I'm back. I got more water. Yeah. Alrighty. Hey, Crimson's back too. Yay. Alrighty, and as usual, before I actually proceed with the game, I'm curious. I know I kind of changed them already. What are the next 5 songs? Let's switch it up. Let's see what pops up.
Technodrome, the final shell shock.
That's a good one. That'd be a fun game to play one day with friends. Oh, that's a great remix. I gotta remember to put this one in the description for later. Oh, it's great too. Not my favorite song from Sonic Mania, but good. Despite how not good the game is, I will not get tired of this song. Last one. It's a good one too. Alright. Ah! Boop! Okay. Enough musicking. Time for dueling. We have some masters we need to duel. I don't know who or where they are, but apparently they're somewhere. Is that my keyboard? Yes, it is. Ah! Hold on. Boop. Let me, drag him back out. Boop. Yeah. I tend to change the colors every month or so. I think last month I just had it on Meteor. You can also see my Pokemon cards back there. You can see a couple of them. Might not be able to guess what a few of them are, unless you're like a fucking wizard. I don't think y'all are wizards. Not today. But, enough Legos. Boop. We've got some game to get to. But before we get to that, as always, let's watch them Duel live and see what explodes. Alrighty, let's see what kind of ridiculousness we will come across today. Alrighty, we are opening with Reichheart, Starfrost, Raigeki, Talents, and Reichphobia. So, is this... Yeah, it is, Scareclaw. No, wait, no, it's Monadium. We got the whole mix here. We have a whole army of Twinks. Alright, so Reichheart goes down, grabs a rival. Going to the mini dude. I always forget mini dude's name. Lightheart. There we go. Lightheart grabs another planet. I don't speak non-American. I don't know what that says. Alright. Take our Twinks. Alright, got Baron. We're now protected by rocks. Or from rocks. No rocks will come to harm us. You're a wizard and finish. Alright, and we have Big Scary Dog Man. He's a furry twink. Bam, alright. Alright, you know what? It's a pretty solid board. We got Triheart to put guys in defense position. Got Baron for an Omni. Got him getting boosted by Acro, and we've got Cashier to protect for battle phase shenanigans. This is not bad. It's about standard. That's pretty good. Alright, what do we got? Up against Branded, alright? Send away that's Retribution. Get Kit down. Kit activates, grabs Branded Fusion. And then returns something back. Who knows what that was. Put down Lost. We're going to use the Omni on Lost. Okay. Makes sense. Activate Retribution in order to return Lost. So, so much for that. I guess it doesn't make sense. We're thrusting into that grass looks greener. That's going to be pretty impactful. Grass says, We're sending it all, aren't we? Jesus, let's take a look at everything we just sent. Grass is insane for branded as of late, because most of the piles most branded is played in 60 card variants now, which is pretty insane. What did we send? We sent Mercurier, we sent Cartesia, sent another, what's his face? There's Red there, there's Keeper, there's Luber the Boober of Duber, Golden Sword Soul, that one's pretty rare. Albaz himself, you know, yeah, we got some pretty good bills. Alright, so now we can, branded fusion with, no fear of retribution here, ironically enough. So we get out Albion. We sent Dragon, Twink, and Lubellion. So not bad. Still have another Albaz in the deck. But no, we're grabbing Mercurier in hand. We'll banish those two. Take these two. We now have the other Lubellion. Activate, send Kit, use the Golden Sword Soul. Bring out the Cartesia, I imagine. Yep. There she is. Take these two. Into Mirror Jade. Bonk. Activate. Yeah, the activation did not work on Scareclaw Tryheart, because, Mirror Jade's in defense position, so he's not affected by defense position activated effects. It's okay, reading is hard. We all play Yu-Gi-Oh! It's fine. So now what? Grand Guignol. Send out Serenir. Serenir, send out... That's Sword? Yeah, Sword. Place Quem. Quem sent another thingy that was High Spirits. And we grab the fucking trap. Dude, the branded end phase is fucking crazy. There's so much going on that even though I know what's going on, I still like have to pick it up and put it together piece by piece. Yeah, Brightest Blazing Branded King. That is a card. There's some shenaniganry that can go on. Cartesia back to hand. Sword goes bye-bye in order to return Sword Soul to hand. Alright, we do Blown. We're going to use Fusion Duplication in order to actually basically have another copy of branded what's-his-face? Fusion. Duh. Branded Fusion. There's still a lot going on, dude. I need to finish this deck. Send away Titaniclad and Lubellion. Chaos! Pop, pop. Very nice. Had another copy of the field in hand, but now we use Brightest Blazing Branded. Now, everyone else gets told no. He's gonna go right into battle. Gonna use the Golden Sword Soul in order to stop it. And then use Arrival in order to protect it, because, that branded thing he just activated basically makes it so that everything else on the field's effect is negated, but he banished Scareclaw Arrival in order to protect Tryheart, because Tryheart's effect and all the things it points to are not helping it. But he banished Arrival to protect it, because otherwise it would have gotten destroyed. There's a lot going on here. This is fun. Alright, back to Branded. Our boys are back in position. What will the Branded player do? Alright, return Branded King to hand. Gonna use Branded in white? Yeah. Here comes Albion. Gonna use the Lost to get Albion, ironically enough. And we're ending right there. Yo. It goes Branded Blazing King again. Protecting Mirror Jade. We're gonna take these three. What are we doing here? Just making another Tryheart? Ah! In order to reuse his effect. So now he's live again. But we're going to use Mercurier to negate that effect, because Mercurier's in the grave. He can't be in defense position, so we can negate that. Triple Tactics Talent. We're gonna activate here. Now what are we gonna do? We're gonna get rid of Scareclaw. Scareclaw Kashtira. We're gonna take Mirror Jade. And use Arrival. Get Belone. Yeah. Take these three again, making another one? Yes, we are. Yeah, fun fact. This effect is only a soft once per turn, so we're bringing the boys back. Grand Guignol activates. Get Coertis. And just hit them with the lightning! Yeah, this is gonna hurt. I was wondering when they'd use that Raigeki. That was very neat. Alrighty. Back to the theme chronicle. Now last time when I played Blue Eyes with the Light and Darkness Dragon cards. This time I am playing my waifu. We're doing Dragon Maid. That being said, I kind of wonder if there's other links. I've seen some people use Avermax as like an extra link, but it's not a bad idea. It's just not an idea I feel comfortable with. I don't know. Avermax without IP to give him that destruction protection always feels funky to me. So we're doing this instead. So yeah, let's go. Let's do. I don't know how many duels. Until I feel like laying down, I guess. My head hurts. I forgot to mention that. My head is super ultra mega turbo exploding. Endanjo. That's a great name. I'm going second. No. Also, tell me how this event is all about decks that are available in the solo mode. I mean, it's Dragon Maid. Oh god, it's another one. Oh no! They're back! What the fuck is this? Mid-duel? The bots have no chill. Get out of here. Oh, Black Wings! Wait. Okay, so this is probably pure. I don't think Centurion is available, unfortunately. Pure Black Wings. You know, this is gonna be pretty interesting. I like Black Wings. I mean, look at this guy. This guy looks awesome. And look at this other guy. Look at these two. They look awesome. Alright, so Whirlwind activates. We're going to add one of the tuners. I think, I forget the name of it. Vatu? Vata. That was close. Now activating Sudri. What's it grabbing? We grab, I forget that one's name too. Shamal. I forget all the names. I just remember bird, and more bird. Alright, so Vata activates. There goes Vata. We sent away Zephyros and Harmatan. Get out old Blackwing Dragon. He has Whirlwind, so we're bringing Vata back. Bam. Very nice. Alright, we can go straight into taxes, I think. Taxes is a 10, right? Alright, we're sending away Shamal. Getting another Whirlwind. Activating Zephyros. Put that one back to hand. Oh, that's a good idea. That protects it from, like, getting destroyed at the end. That's neat. Yeah, now it's back. I always forget you can just hold the middle button, middle mouse button to like see all the numbers. There's Boreas, alright. Boreas send, I forget the name of this. Is he gonna send a 6? I would imagine he'd send the, I think there's like that 6 that they typically send. The Whirlwind activates again. There we go. The Whirlwind is whirlwindy. Adding Vata back to hand, alright. Alright, Vata's back in the hand. Zephyros is on board. Harmatan is on board. Wait, was it a 6? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was a 6. It was either a 6 or a 5. I'm pretty sure it was a 6. No, he sent a Simoon. Or not a Simoon, a Sudri. Simoon is this one. Alright, so now he's 4. Ah. Alright. Take a dragon, take the other guy. That's Onimaru. Yeah, Onimaru, that's different. Treated as a tuner, can't be destroyed by card effects. Target a Blackwing in the grave, become the same level. Can only use it once per duel. If synchro summoned using only synchro monster attacks, gain 3,000 attack during damage step. Okay. That's different, but you know what? Fuck it. Take those 3. Scar! Huh. Wasn't expecting that. If sent from monster to graveyard, special summon red from extra deck using Sudri, attributing himself, alright, so we're making some tuner tokens. So he's gonna use that to make the 10. Are we making taxes with that? I'm waiting for the taxes! Where are the taxes? Nope. Hot Red Bane. Alright, Bane's on the board. You can tribute a monster, then target RDA in the grave, special summon it. When you inflict battle damage, special summon 2 tuners with the same level, 1 from deck and graveyard. Oh, okay. Is tribute a monster, so I'm guessing he's tributing, yep. Alright, Scarred is back. But now what? End. Okay. Huh. So, they can't really do anything on my turn, so I think I'm good. Alright, we're gonna plant Regained. He could totally have something in his hand. I forgot about hand traps. What can he do here? He's gonna hit me with a Charmy, I can feel it. Nope, no Charmy so far. Alright. There's a couple of things I can do here. I want Black Metal. Black Metal, send him away, get red. I can do stuff with red. That's probably a good idea. Let me do that. If that goes south, I could use Chamber. Yep, went south immediately. Alright, we're good. He banishes himself, so I can't do anything. He doesn't have another copy in there that I can negate. It's fine by me. We can activate this. Get Darkness Metal. Activate Hospitality. Bam. Activate here. Veiler. Alright, the Twink was in hand. That's fine. That's what this is for. Boop. Bye-bye. Alright, very nice. What do I want? Tiding would be pretty handy, just to send some dude back. Alright. Don't want to do that yet. Because I want to do this. Now I want to use that effect. Return chamber. Very nice. Oh, that's beautiful! Now he becomes light. Activate darkness here. Get him back on board. Take these two. Make spheres for later. Bam. Set this down. And fuse. Ooh, Chaos! I could go into Chaos to pop, but then I'm not going to have follow-up, but I can use Tiding to return to my hand. Because he doesn't have anything else. So if I just bounce these guys back, then honestly, yeah, not bad idea. Instead of trying to... You know what? Actually, come to think of it, yeah, let's do that. Yeah, I need to get rid of these guys. They can't do anything. So let's activate here. We'll pop him because he has a steroid. And we'll pop him because he has a lot of attack. And we can use him to give Chaos some more attack here so that I can beat over Scarred. Ah, he did get popped. I didn't read. Ah, he can't be destroyed. Let's see. He was Synchro summoned using only monsters, so it looks like we're just going to have to punch Scarred here. Can't be destroyed, but I do have 2 bounces. Vata's on board. Does he... Yeah, that effect is not a quick effect. We're using this right now. Get back in there. That was his normal. Now we can special summon, what do I want? Parlor. There we go. We can use Parlor. We can build a dragon. Ooh, we could also mill changeover, but I think... How do I go about this? I think if I put the Parlor back in my hand, that'd be the ideal thing. Could also mill the Tiding, but you can only use Tiding's effect once per turn. Yeah, let's just put Lorepar in there. Had an extra normal, it's fine. What can he do? He could still, How can we go about this? You know what? I go activate this. I think what I'll do is return Parlor to my hand. Return him. Let's see if that pans out. So you can activate here. There goes Vata, sent away Chinook, and another Sudri. Alright, OG Blackwing is back out. So he targeted Chinook. And Sudri, okay. Alright, there goes Sudri. Ah, my fingers are full. And Chinook. I forgot, what does Chinook do again? Negate and lose attack. Alright. My Chaos! He is weakened. Alright. Tribute Sudri, make more tokens, so he can make a 10 here now. Ouchie. Not the taxes I was expecting, but they're taxes, I suppose. Punch. Alright, there goes Chaos. Main 2. Which 10 are we making? Face down. End. Huh. Alright, what do we got? Kitchen. I can do some exchanging. Do I want to? Honestly, no. No, I don't. Kitchen is in hand, right? Yeah, add to hand and then exchange. I don't want that currently. So what I will do is use this to summon Parlor. There we go. And send Changeover. Here we go. What can I link off here? Striker? Yeah, don't really need to do that. So we're just going to use Changeover here. Come back to hand. There we go. And we'll activate it. And we will get out my wife. Not ideal, but it's what I'm going to have to deal with. I don't know what that face down is, but I can't imagine it would be too annoying. Alright. What do you draw? I wonder. The suspense is killing me. I hope it'll last. Another Black Whirlwind. Okay, end. And not a great top deck. Tidying. I appreciate that. That being said, we'll change over. Return her. Place down that. Wait, why'd I do that? My brain's off. Fuck. My brain didn't brain! It was a misinput. A mental misinput. The best kind. I'm a potato. Now I'm going to get slapped by a token. Ow. Alright, let's try this again. Brain, don't be off. Don't be off, brain. You need to be on. Light. That's not terrible. We can activate. We can send away dark. Here comes light. Light is on the board. We can activate regained to get a draw. Black metal. Ah! Wait a minute. What can I make here? I think if I do this, I make chaos. No, not chaos. Yeah, chaos. Yeah, chaos is the one that's just, yeah, a light or dark infusion. Idea. I don't know what either of those things in the back are, but what I will do is just get rid of this. Now I feel comfortable. Alright, let's activate. So we can get Chaos out. Bam. And activate. We can destroy this. We can destroy this. Gravedigger's Trap Hole. Oh, good thing I did that. Yep. Very nice. Standing by. Main one. What you got? Another face down. I forget, what does Gravedigger do again? Well, we can activate here. And we can send Parlor. Bam. Hi, Parlor. Activate again. Check my hand. What do you want to send to Grave? Another Tiding would be great, so I can use it for the next turn. And now she comes back to my hand. 1 for 1. I don't need that. Those are for the red, the metal dragons. There we go. So, let's activate Parlor. Use Parlor. Use Parlor to send Nurse. Now we can activate Tidying to bring back Nurse. There we go. So Nurse can bring back Kitchen. There we go. Kitchen is a Dragon Maid in the hand and then Dragon Maid to Grave. Yes, it is. Okay. So, I know exactly what I want to do then. We'll add her dragon. And then we'll mill her dragon. There we go. And then we activate Changeover here so that we can bring my wife back. Alright, and I think this is Changeover, right? Yeah, it's Changeover. I don't want to use that yet, because I want to do this. There we go. And one more. And now I have insurance! Okay, we're good. Nice! Alright, that wasn't a bad first duel. Mental misinput aside. That was very neat. Next. My hands are cold. I don't want to turn on my heater right now, because if I do, I'll have to fight it so it stops screaming at me. I can't read that name. Alrighty, I'm going second again. I'll be alright. Bam! Alright, we open Lorpar, Light and Dark in hand, Tidying. I like this. Weather Painters. Fuck, I'm terrible at fighting. This deck is not great, but I suck at fighting against it. I am so bad against Weather Painters. You know what's funny about Weather Painters too? Weather Painters is like one of those pet decks that's like they're in that like tier of their users are like, nah man, this deck is like one tier of support away from being top tier. Because, you know, sometimes it'll just be like, yeah, this deck kind of sucks, but I like it. But then you got the other ones that are like, yeah, this deck is great. And then you got those guys who are like, nah, man, I'm telling you, man, this deck is slept on. Weather Painter fans are like one of those. But the funny part is they're kind of right. I'm gonna be real. They're very awkward to deal with. Alright, we take those 3, and we painting a rainbow! Take a look, it's in a book! Alright, and I gotta actually read the ones that they're leaving on the board here. So this one is Special Summon a Weather from deck. This one is banish this card, add a card off from deck to hand. Wait, is that what they both do? Am I stupid? Am I braining? Take back special summon a monster. That one's add. Okay, I'm silly. And we have this one. This one banishes. Yeah, I remember that one. Okay. And then what does Rainbow do? When your opponent would special summon a monster, send it, negate it, destroy it. Alright. That's not ideal. I don't want that. Alright, let's start with Regained. Let's start with Regain. Okay, there we go. Jeez. Alright, now what? I can pitch Lorpar. Yeah, that special summon negate is going to be the most annoying thing, I think, because they're going to banish something here, right? So I think this is what I want to do. I think I want to Lorpar and stop that. Those are both... Okay, yeah, they are. I was checking their stats. Yeehaw! We're yee in that haw, alright? Alright, so we're gonna dark. We're gonna send light. Okay, so there goes Snow. How are you? My head is exploding! I'm not tired at least, but my head hurts. There goes Dark End. Expected that. It's fine. Let's return light. Ooh, I drew Chamber! Yeah, let me do this. Dun, 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 dun. Alright, so taking away Cloud, bringing another one in. Come to think of it, I don't know how these effects work. Do these effects work like multiple times as they get a new guy out? I'm assuming that's how it works, right? That would make sense. So let's grab Hospitality. Okay. I have no idea. Yeah, don't worry, dude. Me neither. Weather Painters confuse me. So what I think I'm going to do here is we're gonna do this. We're gonna send away Chamber so I can bring out Striker. So if they do something to the Striker, okay, we can bring out Hospitality. We can use Hospitality, bring back Chamber. Or they use that special summon negate. Also, what does this do? That would be a good idea to check, wouldn't it? Place a Weather Painter from deck to hand. Only use each of the following effects once per turn. Boop. Bam. When you link summon a Weather Link monster, you can use the spells and traps. During the main phase, you can normal summon a Weather from hand. Okay. Okay. So, I can go into spheres. Actually, wait, no. Better idea. We're gonna banish Dark here. I think I know what I'm doing. Very big emphasis on that think. Okay, there goes Aurora. It's unfortunate, but what I think I can do now is I can at least do this. Bam. I wish Konami would unban Utopic Zexal. It would help my win rate dramatically. No! Bad. Where's my water bottle to spray? No! Listen, ridiculously OP fun cards are fun, but sometimes the ones that are OP are just OP, man. How many U-Bell decks I could eliminate with that card. Let's see, they specialed. I think I want to wait still. So what I think I want to do is I want to use Seals here. We're going to tribute Seals. Does this work the way I think it works? It might not, and I might have just boned myself. They're thinking just as hard as I am. I appreciate that sometimes, you know. Okay. So we're gonna return, I think, this one. Bam. So now Seals activates, I think. Or they can use this guy to say no. Okay, no, they didn't. Alright, so what I want to do... I wish it was back, damn. Listen, I know the feeling, man. I would love to play with Galaxy Eyes Dark Matter Dragon, but I know how ridiculous Galaxy Eyes Dark Matter Dragon is, alright? Like... Trust me, I know the pain of not being able to play with a banned card. But sometimes you just gotta accept it's banned for a reason, you know? What are some other banned cards I'd want to play with? You know what? We'll look at the ban list after this, so we could just like look at some of them. One, two. I think I want to do this. Let's put Nurse back. And I think let's do that. Yeah, like... those are the kinds of things you need to do if you have, like... Ah, I negated it! If you have those kinds of cards around, right? You need to block entire archetypes. Because it's not just the deck you want that's going to be using those cards, you know? Unfortunately, you can't look at only the decks you play in a vacuum. Actually, matter of fact, isn't Ryziel, like... Ryziel, I'm pretty sure, would be able to make Utopic Zexal. That would be gross. They don't need that, you know what I mean? Like, they don't need that, but if it's out, they're going to use it. Yeah, there they go. Damn. Once again, I'm just terrible at fighting this deck. I have to use the ultimate threat. Listen, my space muscle men need the space super twink in order to be the biggest spacemen ever. What is a bunch of muscle men if they don't protect their twink? Also, we're gonna return this real quick. I need that draw real bad. Alright, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is full of nothing but mommies, twinks, muscle men, alright? It's like a holy trinity. They need to... It's like the weapon triangle in Fire Emblem. It's like a type chart in Pokemon. They all need to exist. What are they truly doing without one another? Air Nurse. Oh, that would have been great if Nurse was still on the board. I have an idea. It's not going to pan out well, I think, but I have an idea. Let me activate this. Okay, good. Now, will he block that one? No. Okay. Alright. His chamber. No tiding for me. Aurora comes back. Can activate chamber here. $20,000. Yeah. Damn it, there goes chamber. God, I am terrible with dealing with this deck. I always feel stupid when I fight against them. They bring out... What are you, Thunder? Bam, bam, bam. Alright, yeah, this is a problem, because I'm pretty sure if I just summon Dark End, I think they can just use the effect, use their effect again. I think that's how it works. Can I at least do a punch? Probably not. Yeah, no. That's unfortunate. Oh well. Ah, my fingies are cold. Stop being cold fingers. Now there's all kinds of weather. Devour the cold. $4,000 attack Numeron Dragon. Yeah, see, that's gross. You can't have that kind of stuff just around. Also, what in the world is going on? Hold on, let me hit this. There we go. You know, it's weird. Your messages popped up on screen before they popped up in my little box. I'm not sure why they were so delayed. Anyway, real quick, let's take a... Well, not real quick, because this is... Oh, I finished all my missions today. That's nice. Let's just open... Oh, yeah, I can delete this. I had this for the, Oop. Yeah. Alright, so we'll just open this up real quick. We'll just have, boop. And then we'll click... Forbidden. Alrighty, let's take a look at all those banned guys. Bam. Alrighty, here be the banned cards in Master Duel, at least, since we're talking about Master Duel. I can't talk too much about the TCG and the OCG, so I'm gonna play this game. Alright, Neptune. He copies names. We can't have this. This is just FTK City. This Listen, there's a reason why we only have access to one Starving Venom. Grinder Golem makes tokens, right? Yeah, must be special summoned to your opponent's side by special summoning 2 tokens to your side of the field. If you special summon it, you can't normal summon it. Yeah, name copy effects in Yu-Gi-Oh! Are like very funky. They are very funky indeed. Oh, also, since I don't know if y'all were here during the beginning or not, but my cousin came back from his trip, and he brought me some presents. So now they're chilling on my desk. Alrighty. But yeah, Tyrant Neptune copying names is gross. If I recall correctly, the main thing that was ridiculous about him is they would use him to copy Independent Nightingale. Independent Nightingale does, I think, burn damage equal to its level times, I think it was 500 or so. And Tyrant Neptune is level 10. So that would do a lot of damage. Pendulum Magicians can do that. Can do that FDK with 2 Starving Venoms. And that's why you can only use 1. Starving Venom is limited to 1 because Starving Venom could do the exact same thing. That being said, Starving Venom also has a lot of utility outside of just, like, FTKing, which is why, like, it's fine at 1, but the Tyrant Neptune is kind of crazy, because it doesn't really have that same property. Also, wait, hold on. Yeah, it only needs 1 tribute, too. Yeah, it's easier to get out. Like, a lot more things can use this, because you just need to tribute 1 thing. That's insane. Ew, that's gross. I don't like that. Yeah, Tyrant Neptune is crazy. I completely forgot about that. Yeah, you only tribute 1 guy to bring it out? Like, hold on, how long does he, when this card is target and effect monster in the graveyard. Name becomes that target's name and gains that target's effect. Yeah, that's gross. That's really gross. I don't like that. Yeah, keep him locked up. Grinder Golem. Let's see. Can't be normal or summoned or set. Must be special summoned from your hand to your opponent's side of the field by special summoning 2 Grinder tokens in face-up attack position on your side of the field. If you special summon this monster, you can't normal summon or set during the same turn. So, like, if I recall correctly, the main crazy thing about this was, like, the token generation, because token generation with early Link monsters was, like, really nutty. Would this warrant still being banned? Probably. Yeah, he's gonna show up as, like a gym leader in a completely new town in a completely new country. It better be that. I would be disappointed if it's not that. Or professor. Him as a professor would be neat. But yeah, Grinder Golem. I don't know how to feel about Grinder Golem. I don't think I have enough information about Grinder Golem to really say whether or not it can stay locked up, right? I don't have that perspective of the perspective or the, like, card pool knowledge to say whether or not that effect would still be crazy. It's still definitely good, but I don't have the, like I said, I don't have the perspective or card knowledge to really put how crazy it would be. Listen, field research is important, all right? You need your assistant. And what better assistant than, like, a multiple, you know, crazy... Yeah, and he's still 10 after all this. He will never age. Yeah, I'm not sure how to feel about Grinder Golem. Eclipse Wyvern. If this card is sent to grave, banish a level 7 or higher light or dark dragon from deck. If this card is banished, add the monster banished to hand. So, like... You know, hold on. You know what? Let me pull up. I'm curious. I need to pull up these cards, right? Because I need to see what particularly got them banned. Let's see. Yeah, that would help me for this. Let's see. Da 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 da. Let's see. Eclipse Wyvern. Swole Dragonite would be terrifying. Well, I mean, like, normal Dragonite is already terrifying if you're not a friend. If you are a friend, then it's a peaceful giant. That's what makes it so good. Yeah, it's just gonna be like Armstrong from Fullmetal Alchemist. Like, it'll be like totally normal, and then it flexes, and then it's amazing. Nah, it's gonna have like an 18 pack. It's gonna be like all on its chest. Yeah, it's got like a Hawaiian shirt on, like it's like fucking Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, with the hat and the glasses. Like, it just looks like a total like stoner guy. And then he flexes, and then the shirt busts off. Let's see. Let me see here. Okay, so apparently the big deal with Eclipse Wyvern, and I'm glad, see, this is why reading is good sometimes, especially in Yu-Gi-Oh! Because I sure didn't notice this when I just read the card, and I should have, and this is going to probably be a running theme. Eclipse Wyvern does not have a once per turn on its effect. Yeah, that's gross. That's really gross. Also, like, level 7 or higher dragons is very crazy. Yeah. I don't know why I didn't piece... I feel like an idiot for not piecing that together, honestly. Yeah, and then you can just banish it. Not to mention, like, Lubellion and, like, Branded Regained and stuff exists, so you can, like, send it back to the graveyard and ban... Oh my god, yeah, wait, hold on, the Bestials exist! Oh god, you could, like, banish this thing, like, again and again and again and... Oh god, no. Yeah, leave him locked. Wait, dude, I played Dragon Link, and I'm like, no, keep it locked. Holy shit, I just... Oh my god. That's crazy. Yeah, no. This thing was banned before Bestials came out, because it was just used in, like, Guard Dragon, Thunder Dragon, and, like, Link stuff. That's ridiculous. It's a good thing I have no idea who you're talking about, Meow. And that's probably for the better. If I don't remember them, that means they weren't significant enough to remember. Yeah, good old Coast Bourbon. That is a gorgeous looking card, though. Jeez. That is a fantastic looking card. God, it's silver. It's silver and black. Ugh. That card. That is a dripped out dragon. That is indeed a dripped out dragon. What's next? Kelbeck. Fuck no. Don't put your dick in that. Don't tell me what to do. Kelbeck. Alright, I've lived through this one in Master Duel. I hate this thing. can stay banned. Please do not the dragon. You're not my dad. Man, dude, full power tier limit was not fun. That was so not fun. That was the least amount of fun I had playing Master Duel. Easily the least amount of fun I had playing Master Duel. I want to Dr. Gooey ass. Combat killed my spirit. I agree. Man, this thing was just... Dude, full power... Like, okay, I'm gonna be real. I still don't like dealing with tier limit nowadays. Because it feels like random whether I win or lose. Which is just not fun. Like, it's not called casino tier for no reason. It's just... It's just terrible feeling. Words of validation and encouragement. But man, like... Tier nowadays is at least, like, annoying because it's essentially, like, roll of the dice whether you win against them or not. Tier back then was just do nothing but play mirror match, and I didn't want to play mirror match, man. That's always the funniest thing when people tell me, like, when people talk about, like, tier format. They're like, oh, but tier format's great if you're also playing tier. That sounds like a terrible game state to me. If the only viable way of having fun in your game is to use the 1 out of hundreds of decks, that's not great. Yeah. Like, I understand, because I talk about this a lot. I like skill expression, right? That's one of the main reasons I play the decks I play. And that's why I play the games I play. I love skill expression. Skill expression, when you can only express it via one avenue, is terrible. Like, Footsies is a really funny fighting game, right? But if Footsies was the only fighting game, I wouldn't like it. Listen, he knows I'm internalizing what he's saying, alright? You don't have to mind it. He's a real life friend, in case you don't know. Yeah, see? He knows. But yeah, like, imagine if, like, Skullgirls came out and the only way to, like, have fun playing Skullgirls was, like, if everyone just had to do, like, Philia mirror matches. That's it. Is that a fun game? Like, that's a terrible game. Skullgirls sounds like a Halloween rock album. It is a fighting game. It is a very good fighting game. I like fighting games a lot. I need to play more of them on the channel, honestly. But yeah, I love fighting games, so... Yeah, we love Skullgirls here. Love Skullgirls, love us some Guilty Gear. Meow's not particularly partial to Street Fighter, but I love Street Fighter. We're mostly versus game guys. We like zany, crazy shit in our fighting games. But yeah, Kelbeck can stay banned. Fuck this thing. Except for the Rule 34. I'm not deleting that. That one's staying up. Oh boy. Cyberjar. Flip. Destroy all monsters on the field. Both players reveal the top 5 cards of their deck. Special summon all revealed level 4 or lowers in face-up attack position or face-down defense. Add remaining cards to their hand. I'm pretty sure Cyberjar is, like, free. Is, like, openly available in the TCG or OCG, and it's fine. Hold on. No, it's at 2 in TCG and 1 in OCG. Yeah, this is a very old card. That being said, it's at least at 1 in other things. I'm pretty sure this card can come back. Like, flip effect monsters are so hard to utilize efficiently and realistically until I think, Mimigools are flips, right? So I think until Mimigool will come out. It's just going to be like a funky thing you run into every once in a while, which honestly I think is fine. It's a really hard strategy to utilize. This is way more devastating in older Yu-Gi-Oh! Because it would essentially reset the game state. That guy at the Diddy Oil. Hakan? The Turkish oil wrestler, I assume you mean. He's like orange with blue hair. Yeah, Hakan. The Diddy Oil, like, isn't even wrong. Have you seen his supers? Like, if you haven't, go look up Hakan's supers right now. And then, like, come back. Because they're ridiculous. I love Street Fighter 4, but yeah, Hakan is a very silly individual. I always played... Who did I play for? Rose, Ibuki, Makoto. Those are my main... Viper. Those are my main characters. I like Street Fighter 4. But yeah, I think Cyberdark can come back. Dandelion! If this card is sent to graveyard, special summon 2 fluff tokens in defense vision. They can't be tributed. Okay, so like, I was talking about Grinder Golem and how, like, Grinder Golem, I'm not too fully versed in how, like, it could... Dude, this thing? No. Like, okay, so, like, Grinder Golem at least eats your normal. This thing doesn't eat your normal. Dude, you hit this thing off grass and you're just happy. Dude, this thing says if sent to grave. It doesn't care how it gets there. See, like, my thing isn't necessarily the value of the tokens in this instance. It's how easy it is to get them. Yeah, I don't think this thing's good, man. We have way too many ways to just send things to the grave. Like, yeah, you can just foolish burial it. There's grass. There's, you got Tier just milling stuff. You got, like, Light Swarms just milling stuff. Oh, look at that. We got tokens. Yeah, nah, this... no. I don't think this one could be good. I'm curious, is this thing accessible right now? No, it's completely banned everywhere. Okay, yeah, this guy can stay banned. Nah, Dandelion can stay away. I'm gonna have to rename this the stream later to, like, Master Duel, but I talk about banned cards. I don't mind it, though. I think this is a fun way to do some Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm not tremendously well-versed in Yu-Gi-Oh! So, like, it's a bit of a different perspective. I have some perspective. I have my mental spot is, like, gone in between about 2011 to about 2020. Everything in that space is, like, a blind spot for me. Anything before or after, I think I have a decent enough knowledge to talk about. But yeah, the Dandelion needs to stay away. Jin, releaser of rituals. No! Listen, I understand ritual decks are terrible. Oh yeah, Hakan supers are insane. Honestly, a couple of the Street Fighter 4 supers are pretty silly. But they're, like, funny silly. Oh man, speaking of Street Fighter 4, I never got to play Arcade Edition or Ultra. I really would have liked Poison. And that's definitely not because Poison is one of my favorite characters. Definitely not. No siree, not at all. But I would have liked Poison a lot, actually. I liked her a lot in Street Fighter V, too. I like Poison. Poison made me put up with stance switchers in fighting games. I'm like terrible with stance switchers in fighting games, but I put up with it for Poison because I love Poison. Poison is so cool. But yeah, I understand rituals are like terrible, but man, Jin needs to stay away, man. You can't just... Okay, let's think about this for a while. Alright, so let's say you're doing, I don't know, Drytron. You're fighting Drytron. They get their big guy. They use Jin. Okay, you can... God, that's annoying, man. Yeah, I'm not sure what else you were expecting, man. It's Hakan. You know what's funny, too? Like, as silly as he is, he was, like, not really, like, a good character in Street Fighter 4, so, like, whenever people saw him, it was super hype. It was a very silly... Dude, I learned, like, recently that his anti-air, Ultra can be used on Focus. I didn't even realize that counted! Why does Focus Crumple count for that? I thought it was, like, strictly an anti-air thing, but no. You can Focus Crumple and then use his anti-air Ultra to hit people. That blew my mind when I saw it. A Street Fighter character is a businessman full of... Yeah, does Phoenix Wright in Street Fighter? Honestly, I think that'd be pretty cool if he was in Street Fighter. Like, he's crazy in Marvel. Him as a Street Fighter character would be very silly, too. Can't have too much Phoenix Wright. He just opens the briefcase and serves you a lawsuit. It's like, oh yeah? What are you gonna do? Court. Uh-oh. I'm being litigated. The most evil and vile attack. Lawyers. They die of a heart attack, man. Medical bills are already too much. I can't pay lawyers' fees on top of that. Yeah, it's just exploding lawyers in fighting games. That's the best kind of lawyer, you know? But yeah, I'm trying to think. Jin. I'm trying to think. What else could you do with Jin? Cold take. Oh boy. I'm horrified of what it's taking. Okay, there we go. Mario and Smash should have a grab pummel that knocks coins out of you. I mean, if you play coin battle, it does. You could always do some coin battle. That'll work. A 1/10th chance to spawn a mushroom that restores some health. I don't... Not a lot, like 5%. That'd be fine. I don't know, man. Characters that can just spawn items whenever they want to have been, pretty nutty as of late. Although this is just essentially a food item, so I don't think it would be that ridiculous, but man, I'm just... I can see the peach turnip corner carry right now, and... I don't think... let's have less of that. I can see Diddy infinitely looping with bananas. True to his name, constantly slipping and sliding, just like the oil. Yeah, that'd be an awkward one. Yeah, Jin, though. The old releaser of rituals. I don't think they should be releasing anything. They need to stay away. When does 50s documentary come out? That's a great question. I'm not Mr. Curtis Jackson. But that's a great question. I wait with bated breath. But yeah, Jin can definitely stay. Special summon locks are very not fun. A special summon lock that's like extra hard to get rid of because you can stick it to like a ritual monster with a crazy effect. Especially with like Drytrons now. That'd be very silly. It's also banned everywhere, so I think I feel confident in saying it should probably still be banned. It'd be a very not fun monster to deal with. What's next? Cyberstein! Pay 5,000 life points, special summon a fusion monster from your extra deck in attack position. Didn't this thing, like, literally get unbanned and then rebanned in Master Duel? I'm pretty sure that's what happened, right? Cyberstein. Yeah, it was. Yeah, this thing's banned everywhere too. Yeah, cheating monsters out of the extra deck is almost never a good thing. This guy can probably stay away. I don't feel comfortable with that. Magical scientist. What did I just say? This guy could, dude, this guy literally looks like he's up to no good. Like, man, this is... he looks like he's up to no good, and he has, like, worse restrictions. You have to pay less life points, but you're like, level locked? Like, nah, man, I don't trust him. Not to mention, like, in lore, I already know this guy. Yeah, his hairline is cooked. Are you kidding me? In lore, I know this guy is up to, like, nothing but devious timing, like, pretty much all the time. 6,000 for a double fusion? Hairline goes back to the past. Yeah, nah, he needs to stay away. Wait, hold on. I need to check. I think this guy was also, like, free for a bit in Master Duel and then just, like, rebanned. No, he was always banned. Okay. But yeah, man, Magical Scientist, he was banned in way back in the day. 6,000 for a double fusion. Yeah, that'd be a really silly combo to somehow get both of them on board just for a double fusion. Let's see. Good old Magical Scientists. What kind of crazy things? Because the fun part about, like, banned cards is that, like, you know, people are, like, still cooking with it nowadays. Wait a minute. Oh god, it's not once per turn! Oh, no! He's not once per turn! You could literally just have him on the board and just keep paying! Just to bring out dudes! Level 6 or lower, dude, you could just bring out 6s and summon Beatrice! Oh, that's gross! No, don't do this! No, I don't like this! I don't like where this is going! I gotta pay attention to that more! He's not once per turn! Yeah, nah, leave him away! That's gross. No, I don't want that. No, that's gross. Ew. Yeah, listen, if he gets some new hair, if he gets like, what is it, Rogaine, or like what's that like hair treatment? Or if he gets like any of that stuff, then you know maybe. Yeah, he needs like full on hair transplant, man. He ain't coming back otherwise. Also, I'm gonna be real, even if he did have like a full head of long hair, he still looks kind of creepy. He still looks sus. I still don't trust him. But listen, he still needs his kidney. I agree though, if he just shaves it bald, dude, that'd be a fun idea for a retrain. If he like shaves himself bald and then like has a different kind of effect. That'd be very silly. I need to see bald magical scientists now. What's the next card? Glow up bulb. Yeah, they're both not once per turn. They need to stay away. Glow up bulb. If this card is sent to grave, you can send the top card of your deck to grave. Special summon this card. You can only use it once per duel. I'm pretty sure this card is at 1 in other places. I will always double check. I do remember. Oh, it's completely at 3 in the OCG. TCG still has it banned. I think we could test the waters with this card. Yeah, yeah, we could put him in the test the waters category. I think 1 would be just to see how it goes. It'd probably still only be used in like graveyard shenaniganry, but I think that's fine. It's just a one of. It only works once because it has a once per duel. I remember using this in the 2011 World Championship Edition a lot. I actually know this card. This is a classic Synchro card. Plant Synchro is nutty. Although I always use dragon stuff. I always had this guy in a couple of other decks too, but I was always a dragon person, even back then. Yeah, I think we could try out 1 glow bulb. I don't think that would end the world. Norden, a Synchro and an Xyz. When this card special summon, target a level 4 or lower card in grave, special summon it, its effects are negated, banish it when this card leaves the field. So, if I recall correctly, this thing was banned when Zodiac was at full power. And it got them, like, way more bodies and helped them gain, like, a ton of advantage. Man, is this... I don't know about this one. Because, like, yeah, you can instant fusion him, which is gross. He gets more bodies, right? He's a revive. I'm gonna be real. I think this is another test the waters. Trying to think. Hold on. I can't spell. Let's see. Instant fusion is banned in Master Duel. It's at 1 in TCG and OCG. So, like, this card's not easy to make without that. Because you need a Synchro and an Xyz and a fusion spell. Without instant fusion, that's very hard. Although, Zodiac made it normally, which is kind of funny, if I recall correctly. I don't recall them actually using instant fusion come the latest, like, deck list, which is pretty silly. But, it's still banned everywhere. I don't know how to feel about this one. I'm be real. I think, I don't know, in my very unprofessional opinion, in my very unknowledged, unexpertised opinion, I think this is a test of the waters. if Instant Fusion's not around, I feel like this thing is, like, hard enough to make to question whether or not it's worth to make. Right? I think Instant Fusion is the deciding factor. And since OCG and TCG kept Instant Fusion but banned this, I guess that's where they felt about that. Although, I'm being real, Instant Fusion is certainly a card of all time. That one probably warrants some insanity. Instant Fusion is certainly a card. Dude, it got banned in Master Duel because of tier limit. Like that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to feel about Norden. I want to say test the waters, but I will just say I'm comfortably in the I'm not sure enough. Not sure enough about Norden. Looks awesome, though. I love this artwork. The Elder Entities have such amazing artwork. They're very... You know what it is? They're very non-Yu-Gi-Oh! But I think that works with this archetype, considering they're supposed to be Elder Entities. Like, this absolutely does not look like a Yu-Gi-Oh! Card. But I think that's the point. Hot Red Dragon Archfang Keen Calamity. Leave him banned. No turn skips. Turn skips are not fun. Just don't. No. Leave him locked. Like, I play Centurion. I play the deck that would utilize this guy the most. Leave him locked. Yeah, this thing is just crazy. Like, okay, this is a card that, like, from day one, people were, like, trying to break, right? And it was always, like, just on the cusp of being usable. And then Centurion came out, and they were like, yeah, we can't have this thing around if 12s are that easy to make. Yeah, we can't have them. No, we can't have them. No, I don't like turns. I hate turn skips, just like conceptually. I always mention this. Like, just telling your opponent, no, you can't play the game is just like such a not fun way to lose a game. Like, this is just, it's such a boring fucking way to win a game. Yeah, you can't have this. It's not only not fun, it's way too easy to make nowadays because Centurion exists. And I love me my Centurion, and I'd rather him stay banned than everything else Centurion can make, because it's not like everything else Centurion can make is ridiculous. It's this guy, right? No one's crying about Blazar or Red Supernova. It's this thing. Yeah, banned everywhere. Like I said, I'm pretty sure it took Centurion for him to, like, concretely get banned everywhere. He was banned right before Centurion came out, if I recall correctly. Which makes sense. But even before Centurion came out, there's a bunch of deck list of, like, people trying to make this thing. Hell, when Snake Eyes came out, like, Tech Genius tried to make this thing. And even they like, weren't good enough to make this thing consistently enough to make it extreme. Like, it just wasn't enough, right? And then Centurion comes out. Now we need to say no. We need to put the foot down, right? Like, Tech Genius needs to go through a lot of hoops. They're putting up a suboptimal board to potentially summon this thing next turn in order to win. Which, you know, if you get hand trapped in the middle, because I used to play that deck when Snake Eyes came out. I did a lot of Snake Eyes variants. I think my favorite was Rescue Ace. But yeah, I tried to, like, Snake Eyes Tech Genius, and yeah, it was so fragile, right? Centurion's just not as fragile. We can't have this. Understandably so. I don't think we should have this. This is the very not fun card. Chaos Ruler, the Chaotic Magical Dragon. Oh, man. See, this is a card that is very near and dear to my heart. Because I am a Dragon Link player. And I know why it was banned, but man... I get it. I get it. I love it, but I get it. This card basically just says Mill 5 or Mill 4. Yeah, yeah. Chaos fuck around and find out is a great way of putting it. I get it. You can't have this one, man. Dude, it's so easy to make too because it's generic. Like, even if you were to limit it to like Dragon Tuner and then like non-tuner Dragon Monster, it would still be easy to make. Like, it's still too easy to make, man. But the fact that it's just a generic 8 is insane. A generic 8 to Mill 4? Dude, people are like still trying their hardest to like try and use like the zombie vampire and then Diabolantis, the menacing mantis, to get their mills, man. People are down bad for their like level 8 mills because this guy's gone now. Dude, I didn't start playing Punk until after this guy was banned. And I love Punk, but man, I could see why this guy would be crazy in Punk. Yeah, this is we can't have it. I'm curious. This thing is banned everywhere. I would assume it would be it has to be, right? Unless like OCG is just like, nah, it's at 3. It's totally fine. No one plays it. Yeah, no, it's banned everywhere. Okay. Yeah, Ruler and Angel would be nutty, man. Dude, especially because, like, now in Master Duel, you have, like, Ringleworm, and then, what's that other guy? That airplane Synchron. Assault Synchron. Yeah, you have Ringleworm and Assault Synchron, too. So yeah, you'd be able to make him in like Stardust piles on top of that. Like, I love this thing. Like, this guy is so versatile and so useful in so many decks. But I understand completely why he's banned. It's unfortunate, but this truly is a I understand moment. Good night, sweet prince. He looks so cool too. Look at him, man. This fucking gray, purple, and red. It's so cool looking. But nah, man. Can't. You just can't. Good night, sweet prince. Tempest Magician. This is like just a fucking FTK enabler, right? When this card's synchro summoned, place a spell counter on it. Once per turn, discard any number of cards. Place a spell counter on a monster you control for each card discarded. Remove all spell counters on the field. Inflict 5... Yeah, FTK. Yep, stay banned. FTK enabler. Now, one might argue that Endymion isn't good enough to warrant having this thing banned. I say, I'd rather not find out. Because, let's be real, Endymion is probably the only deck that's going to be using this thing. They're going to have to find a way to get a 6 and a... Yeah, there's ways. There's ways. Yeah, there's ways. I don't feel comfortable with this one. That's 500 damage per counter, right? Yeah, so you'd need... What is that? My brain can't math. My brain isn't braining right now. What is it? 14? 14 counters? No, 16. Yeah, 16 counters, yeah. Yeah, 16 counters. Yeah, you're getting that easily in Endymion. Especially if, like, this is your plan. Because then you know, like, not to burn any of your stuff. Yeah, this is gross. That, again, that's like the only deck that would use this, probably. But like, FTKs in general are just, like, such a non-fun way to play. I know a lot of people have contention with the term non-game. But, like, it truly is a non-game. And, like, this is Yu-Gi-Oh! This is the card game where you have, like, the least amount of non-games because you have hand traps. But even then, it still feels terrible to lose to FTKs just because you just couldn't... You couldn't, you know, you didn't draw the out. Like, you know, draw the out is the meme answer, but it's just... It's gross. It's a gross answer. Right? Because that doesn't really solve the problem. It becomes solitaire. Yes, precisely. That is exactly what it becomes. It is one player playing a game with themselves. And, which, again, I always bring up the fact that, like, well, if you're just going to play like that, then why even bother playing the card game to begin with? Especially Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, Yu-Gi-Oh! Has so much moment-to-moment, like, player interaction. Removing that from the equation just feels, like, weird. And it's not like it's like a... Like, in fighting games, as an example, right? The removal of the player-to-player interaction is like almost purely either a skill or knowledge check, right? Because you're dealing with your opponent's offense, but it's up to you as the defending player to put up a solid enough defense, right? Try and get good reads, counter good reads, and deal with your opponent's mix-ups, right? In order to not have the game end so succinctly, right? Like, when a game ends really fast in a fighting game, at the end of the day, it is still the defending player who, you know, failed in their defense, whereas the offending player succeeded. Something like an FDK in a card game is basically comes down to, you know, you didn't draw any of the cards that let you stop this, so now you lose. Not to mention, in a game like Yu-Gi-Oh!, like, FDKs are, like, really, 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 like... I don't want... Like, easier is a weird term. I think accessible is the term I'm looking for. It's a lot easier to get the pieces you need to do FDKs in Yu-Gi-Oh! When they're as strong as they are. Case in point, there's a deck called Gimmick Puppet. And since their newer cards came out... that's all they do. All they do is FTK you. That's it. That's what that deck does. That is the only thing that deck does, and it's so good at it that it is, like, currently tiered on Master Duel meta, right? This deck is, like, at the moment, winning in tournaments. I think it's also winning in paper, but don't quote me on that. I don't play paper. I can't speak on that. That being said, if you're unlucky enough, right, with your interaction when you're dealing with a Gimmick Puppet player, you might still lose. The key word there is might. Right? Because they need to have the right kind of extension to deal with getting hand-trapped. Because it's easy to put the pieces together if they don't get interrupted, but it's that interruption that they need to, like, be mindful of. Haven't battled a Gimmick Puppet yet. I've gone up against, like, single digits. I've won, I'm gonna say about, like, 60-40. Where I had, like, just the right cards to stop them and they didn't have the extension, but there's like, been a few times where they've had the extension necessary to keep going. It is a very, you either win now or lose now deck, but again, that's literally what it does. It's unfortunate that that's how it is, but that's how it is. So yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of FTKs. I don't like removing... You know what it is? This is just a big issue I have in general with when it comes to me as a person playing video games or games in general. I don't like when games remove my agency. When games remove my agency and influence as a player, I like them less. And FDKs do exactly that. At least when I don't have the interruption... When my opponent establishes a board, I, at least as the playing player, now has the agency to try and play around the pieces they have set up, right? I might still not be able to win, but I can at least attempt to try. right? Even if the illusion of, like, that's, like, the illusion of choice is completely gone when you're dealing with something that just FTKs you, right? There's no choice there. You just lose. So yeah, FTK enablers and FTK decks in general, I think, are very not fun to deal with. I think, you know, no one's really going to miss those. Only 3 synchros banned. That's kind of nutty. Up next. Oh, we were talking about him a while ago. Number 95, Galaxy Eyes Dark Matter Dragon. Oh man, this 3 level 9 monsters. Except no, you don't need 3 level 9 monsters. You can also XC summon him using a Galaxy Eyes Xyz monster as material. You know how you make Galaxy Eyes Xyz monsters? Any 2 rank 8 monsters. That's it. Just any 2 rank 8s. Any 2 level 8s. It's not like there's a bunch of those that are available right now. You know, it's not like we have Lubellion. It's not like Light End and Dark End Dragon just came out. It's not like Blue Eyes exists. I know this guy got banned because of the Dragon Rulers. Like, was it the Dragon Rulers? No. I'm pretty sure it was something else. I think, no, the Rulers had to get banned because they made this guy, and then this guy got banned later. That's what it was, I think. Mixing up my time here. Like I said, that era is a blind spot for me. But, anyway, yeah, this guy's really easy to make. Because, yeah, level 8 monsters are very easy to put on the board. What does he do? When this card's summoned, or Xyz summoned, you can send 3 dragons with different names from your deck to the graveyard. Your opponent banishes 3 monsters from their deck. You can attach material from this card. This card can make up to 2 attacks each battle phase. So, problem. The effect to... You don't care about the fact that this thing can banish opponents' cards from their deck. That's not why you care about this. You care about this because this thing basically just says, mill 3 dragons of your choice. As a cost! The cost is to mill 3 dragons. Meaning, you're going to mill 3 dragons. Also, no one cares about that second effect either. Yeah, does it come up on occasion? Yeah, sure. No, you don't give a shit about that. You really don't give a shit about that. Also, cannot be used as an Xyz material for an Xyz summon? Oh no, who cares? I can just make fucking make spheres when I'm done with it afterwards. Who fucking cares? Yeah, this thing is absurd. Again, this is like, of all the banned cards I never got to play with, this is, I think, one of the ones I would want to play with the most, but I understand completely why it's banned. Because, yeah, this is not good. It's not good at all. I wonder, I need to see, like, what the specific reason it was, like, what was the straw that broke the camel's back with this card? Because I'm gonna be real, it seems crazy immediately. I remember seeing it do it once in Shire, so yeah, I would too. Let's see, so bands. Oh god, that's gross. Ew. Yeah, I didn't even realize that. Well, apparently, one of the main things you can do is you can send Arcbrave Dragon and a Morphage Goliath to the graveyard, and then summon Goliath with Arcbrave's effect, and then just turn off the extra deck. So that means, theoretically, if you can, like, do your full combo without using those, like, other 2 8s, and you make this thing, you can then just turn off the extra deck for your opponent, which is fucking gross. That's nasty. I don't like that. Ew. That's not even including all the other crap you can do with it. Oh yeah, you could use rank up magic on it if you need to. You don't really need to, but you can. Man, this card is gross. Ew. Yeah, this thing needs to stay away. Again, I would have loved to try and like play with it, because it is really cool. But it's also hella degenerate. It needs to stay away. Speaking of hella degenerate, hi, true king of all calamities. Oh boy. Yeah, I know enough about this one. Yeah, 2 level 9s. Once per turn, detach a material, declare an attribute. All monsters become that attribute on the field face up, and in the opponent's possession with that attribute can't activate effects or attacks. Yeah, this one's gross. I'm trying to think, what was the like easy way that people made this? Was it rank up magic? I know Virtual World could just make it raw, but what was the easier, like, what was the way that, like, made it overkill? Was it Virtual World? Because I know Virtual World, like, made their Dude, Virtual World's, like, a fun... I should try that again. Virtual World's an interesting deck. No idea? Let me check it out. Good old True King. Let's see. Let's see, yeah. Before it was banned in Master Duel, yeah, Virtual World was the thing that used it the most. It's currently banned everywhere, and it'll probably stay that way, I'm be real. Let's see here. You know what's funny? Anytime any of these cards, that are absurd like this pop out, there's always comment, because I'm reading through like old Reddit threads and like old forums, right? There's always those comments where it's like, oh, just kaiju it. If the entire meta needs to shift their decks to have a specific counter to something this game ending, just ban it. Right? Like, the thing with hand traps, right? First of all, hand traps and the kaijus themselves go in and out of favor, right? They're a meta call. Something like True King is like such a meta call that it's like either have this or die. Again, it's just draw the out. Just draw the out is not good enough reason to leave something unbanned. You know what, hold on. You know what's a good example, right? Because, like, Dragoon recently got unbanned, right? And I've run up against Dragoon a couple of times, right? Dragoon's only answer isn't to just kaiju it, right? You can do that, of course. But you can play around it if you play correctly, right? You can bait out the negate. You can build up your board, right? There's things you can do around Dragoon. Dragoon itself does not completely change the game state and how you need to play and resolve your counter to single-digit numbers. True King of all calamities does. True King says either have a kaiju or lose. Also, you can't impermit and you can't effect Valor it because it's a lingering effect. So if you negate its effect, it's not going to matter. You need to negate its effect before it activates, right? If it's already on the field, if this thing hits the field and uses its effect and you don't have something to stop it right then and there, you're boned. Man, that's another nasty thing about this too. Like, it's a lingering effect. Lingering effects are like really always tricky to deal with. and kind of hard to wrap around. Yeah, this is not a fun card. Very not a fun card. Good old true king of all calamities. That's not an incorrect name, I'll tell you that much. Yeah, I don't think this thing can come back. It's still banned everywhere else. I think it can stay that way. Outer Entity Azathoth. Okay, before I talk about how evil this thing is. Again, the Entity cards. Fantastic artwork. This is amazing artwork. It is absolutely great. This thing needs to stay banned. Entity. Where are you looking? Yeah, 3 level 5 monsters, but of course no one ever summons it that way because you can just use rank up magic. Rank up magic is a thing that made this thing. Once like that was an easily accessible thing, that's what made this go overboard. Because yeah, just being able to use rank up magic to get this thing out, yeah, just kills any counterplay. Because once again, lingering effect. After Xe summon, your opponent can't activate monster effects for the rest of the turn. That's a lingering effect. They need something to stop them right there. Is there a spell that lets you turn somebody into a smoothie and drink them? There might be. There might be some weird flavor text card that does that. There's all kinds of crazy. Yu-Gi-Oh cards are very silly. Yeah, this card once again just says you can't play the game. And again, you'd think it'd be hard because 3 level 5 monsters is not easy. I could see what they were going for, but again, because you can just use rank up magic when it's your turn, you can just bring this thing out and then now what? That's not fun. That's very not fun. If I ever wind up with smoothie magic, just know it's over. Lavolvo Chain. Banned. Stay banned. You're not coming back. No. Foolish Burial and Foolish Burial Goods are at 1 and are still ran. This thing sending anything you want from deck to grave. No! For 2 level 4s? No! Ah yes, Turtle Smoothie, my favorite. It would be a weird part. It wouldn't even taste like meaty or anything. It would taste like birthday cake. But yeah, Lavolvo Chain. I think, honest, I'm gonna be real, this one's probably like really self-explanatory. Sending any card of your choice to grave is insane. Doesn't Beatrice only send like monsters? Hold on, I need to double check that. Let's see, Beatrice sends... No, yeah, Beatrice is anything, but Beatrice is a bit harder to make because it's 6s, but even then, we're gonna have the Fiendsmith cards coming out soon, and now this is gonna have to be banned when they come out. Because Beatrice is banned everywhere else, and it's only because everywhere else has the Fiendsmiths, and the Fiendsmiths make 6s very easily. So yeah, Beatrice is death is knocking at her door coming up soon, because Lavolvo Chain can't be around. She can't be around either, honestly. Oh boy, good old number 16, Shockmaster. 3 level 4s. Once per turn, detach an Xe material, declare a card type. That type of card can't be activated or activate effects until the end of your opponent's next turn. Yeah, this, Do I even need to say it? No. I know a lot of people want to unlock the shock. Let's not unlock the shock. Also, as people have pointed out, but what will probably not be able to be seen easily because of my video quality, if you look up like high quality artwork version of Shockmaster's face, you can see that at the tip of the like beak is like a face with a beard. That's a guy down there. But yeah, Shockmaster. Okay, so one could argue that this is like a very evil sideboard card. However, in Master Duel particularly, I would hate it because this is a best of one. I would hate being in a best of one and then losing because my opponent summoned Shockmaster. Like, I just get Shockmastered and then I can't play the game. Like, shotgun-style cards are extra bad in Master Duel because it's best of one. I would hate this card more in a best of one than I would like an actual like best of three setting. Because of that. It would feel worse to lose to. And once again, blanket protection this blanket lingering effect is almost never a good thing. Yeah, that one needs to stay away. Number 86, Heroic Champion Orango Nimiad. Okay, I unfortunately played against this thing an unfortunate number of times while it was legal in Master Duel, and I had fun all 0 times. This card is... God, this card. So, like, Zodiac is, like, back in Master Duel, and without this card there, they do fine. I don't think this card can exist if Zodiac is around. And honestly, Zodiac being around as they are, their power level is much lower than a lot of the other stuff around, so... Honestly, this thing being away is, I find, much more fine. Dude, someone, I forgot how... Dude, someone made it so that they made it so that they set up a board state where they could summon this thing and then stop it from actually using its cost so that it always had all of its materials. And I couldn't do anything about it unless you used a, no, you can't even do that. Yeah, no, you'd just be fucked. Yeah, someone made it a way to give it at least 4 and then prevent it from, like, paying its cost. I don't remember how, but it happened. And I was like, okay, well, I guess I just die. Oh, well. Yeah, nah, this guy can stay away. This was not fun. Dude, dude, this is always funny. That's one of my favorite card types. Cards that are, like, so crazy in archetypes that aren't their actual archetypes that they get banned. Dude, no one plays Heroic Champions unless they want to be, like, fun. I think I ran against a Heroic Champion deck during the Theme Chronicle, like, once. Like, Heroic Champion as a deck, honestly, is pretty cool, but this card just can't be a thing. Let's see, yeah, it's banned everywhere. Yeah, anything that can make, like, rank 4s is gonna be absurd. Hot day or two. Yeah, they're like a decent FTK. What do they get? They get, like, what is it? What do they do? They can get, like, what, 6,000 on average attack and then, like, hit, like, what, like 3 times or something like that? I think more, right? I think they can break 10k, right? Yeah, they can break 10k. I had that happen to me once. I was like, ooh, that's cool. They're very fragile, so, like, I don't mind. That's the thing, like, I don't mind if, like, the strategy is to, like, punch you really hard. Right? Because there's, like, give and take. Right? If the strategy is to punch you really hard, they're bad at, like, a lot of other things, right? They don't have great recovery. If they don't have, like, great, like, defense, right? Because they utilize almost all their cards to set up for that OTK, so they can't really convert from that, if that fails, into something else. There's always Zeus, but it's like really hard to... Highest 12k, that's crazy. There's always Zeus, but like, you know, that can only be so reliable. So yeah. Heroic champions are pretty neat. You know, I always like try and use different warrior strategies. It just never pans out for me. I kind of want to try Fire Warrior. Or like Warrior combo with like the Infernoble cards and like Charles and whatnot. I kind of want to give that a try one of these days. Like a big old 60 card version with just like a bunch of warriors. I like really free flowy, loose decks. And giant piles I like a lot too. It's why I play Dragon League. I gotta give that a try one day. Who's after Ongo? Broad Bull. I'm gonna be real, Broad Bull could come back. Like... What's the worst that can happen? We're gonna see him in a fucking Duel Taining video, and the white boy is gonna point at him, yell out, "You!" And then what? Again, Zodiac's like... Not the ceiling it used to be. There's a bunch of floors above Zodiac now, you know what I mean? I don't think this card's gonna be that bad, honestly. A Beast Warrior that can be normal summoned or set from deck to hand. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be that bad, honestly. At worst, I think this is a test the waters. Cause like, Invoker is available now, right? MX Saber Invoker is out, and like people are only using Invoker for like dumb things. Like no one's using Invoker and like doing super serious things. Yeah, Invoker's free. Granted, Invoker's more limited because it needs to be an Earth Warrior or Beast Warrior, but you could argue that because it also gets normal warriors and Beast Warriors, it's a bit wider. I don't know. It's up to you. But I think Invoker being out completely at 3 in OCG and in Master Duel, I think is a good enough sign that I honestly think like Broad Bull can probably come back too. I'm be real. I don't think Broad Bull is as dangerous. Again, the ceiling for where Zodiac used to be is completely different now. Again, you know, that could just... That is during my blind spot, right? That is during my blind spot. However, Dryden is at 1 in Master Duel and in OCG and is currently doing nothing. The Zodiacs in general are, like, really not doing anything. Like, realistically, what's the worst they're going to be doing? Like... Bodies on board isn't enough of a win condition that it used to be. There has to be like something specific you're working towards in order for that to matter now. And I'm sure it's like, and I know that there's like crazy things that can absolutely be done, right? Like I know there's you know, Auroradon still exists and you can get some pretty crazy board with Auroradon, right? But likewise, just as like that board is, you know, fragile, one, because there's a lot of steps that go in between making that and the board states that a Auroradon can make. And the bodies needed to do it. I kind of feel the same with Zodiac. Like for their time, they absolutely were crazy, but I don't think they're as crazy now as... Yeah, I really think, honestly, I think most of them could come back. Hold on. Anyway, that's my little brother checking on me. Yeah, I think Broad Bull, at the very worst, I think Broad Bull can be a test of waters. Although I'm gonna be real, I don't think any of the Zodiacs. Again, I don't think what they can do is good enough anymore. This one makes me sad. This one makes me sad. I like Totally Awesome. I like Sprite. I like Totally Awesome. He was cool. Bring him back. Come on. He's at 3 in the TCG. Like, let him out. Still banned in the OCG for some reason. Free my froggy boy. Look at him. You leave my mochi frog alone. What's the worst that could happen? Come on. Let him out. I want him out. I'm trying to think. What I gotta check now. What in Master Duel specifically was because I know when Sprites came out, they used them a lot, but was it really that bad? Because, like, again, I feel like Sprites... You know what it is? I think Yu-Gi-Oh! In general, has a problem with, like, the timeliness of their ban list and their ban list updates. I think that's a big problem a lot of people feel, that pretty much all versions of Yu-Gi-Oh! Have as an issue. Right? It's like when certain threats aren't there anymore, it's like, do the other... or the components are, like, no longer in power. These need to come back. I don't think it's too bad. Not to mention, I think in, hold on. Boop. Let me see. Yeah, based on what I'm reading, this was mostly a Sprite hit. Sprite's not as strong as they used to be. Well, actually, that's not completely true, right? Elf is still available, and Elf is great, right? But again, like, Sprite, I feel, is a board that is you know, not the worst to navigate around. I don't know. I've used Sprite post, like, in Master Duel. I've used Sprite post Toad ban, right? I don't know what this card feels like in Sprite. I don't... We could call this a blind spot one. I'm ready to admit this could be a blind spot one. Matter of fact... Yeah. So, Sprite Elf is banned in the TCG, but is available in Master Duel. So Toad is banned. So they basically swap. Sprite Blue and Sprite Jet, I remember that was like a recent thing. They're free. Starter is free. And like all their other cards are perfectly available. And then the frogs, let's see. Swap Frog is at 3. Substitoad is at 1, but Ronin Tonid is banned. So... I don't know, man. I don't know. I will chalk this one up to blind spot. I think I'll just do that. I will definitely chalk this up to blind spot. Yeah, we'll chalk it up to blind spot, I think. I don't know. I don't feel like it would be that bad anymore. Could just be the crazy talking. I will always be ready to admit that. That could absolutely be the crazy. Oh, here's your boy. Utopic Zexel. 3 number Xyz with the same rank. Original rank treated as 1. You can also summon it by discarding a rank up magic normal spell. Then using a Utopia you control as the material, transfer its materials. The summon cannot be negated. When Xe summoned, your opponent's cards and effects cannot be activated. Get 1,000 attack and defense for each material attached to it. And then quick effect on your opponent's turn, discard a material, blanket, they can't use cards. Again, this card, hold on, like, I don't think this card is, like, ever actually, like, truly legal. I could totally be wrong about that, but I'm gonna check. Like, I'm pretty sure this was, like, a super fucking ultra omega banned ass card. I'm being real, even though, like, even if it wasn't, the thought of, like, oh boy. Yeah, this is gross. So, what do you need for... Okay, so what do you need to make this? You need... What would be the easiest way to make this now, right? So, a Utopia monster. You can make a Utopia monster using, like, what? Any 2 4s. You can use those 2 4s. I think you can go into the 5. The 5 can get you a rank up magic. I think that's how it works, right? I'm pretty sure that's... And then you're just fucked right there. Dude, that's... I'm pretty sure that's even before Nib. Ew. No. No. You can't have that. No, it's nasty. That would be very funny, though. But, man, that'd be... Ew. Yeah, I mentioned it before, right? Like, if you just get this thing on the board, right, it's a lingering effect. It's just a non-game at that point. Also, I'm pretty sure in actual Utopia, I'm almost certain you can get enough bodies on board to also make, what's-his-face? The rank 1 guy that's an Omni negate. So you could probably protect it, too. Even before something happens. I'm pretty sure you can, right? I'm trying to remember Utopia. I'm not a Xyz person. You know, that was the era I kind of didn't play. And every time I try out an Xyz deck, I always, like, just end up falling out of it. Even the very few of them that I like. I liked Modolce and I liked Raid Raptor. That's about it. Yeah, Sage, Ascended, Double, Roots, Zexal. Yeah. Ew. So that combo right there gets you your guy, gets you your rank up, gets you your Zexal. Your Zexal's ready immediately. And I'm pretty sure you're probably able to get more guys on board to make what's his face? I always forget the double. Not the double. Whoop. Where is he? You can make... Yeah, you can get rank up and double or nothing. Hold on, I'm looking right now, because I can, like, see him, but he's, like... My brain isn't braining right now, you know? It's the guy you can make with, like, any rank monsters that are the same rank. I think you can use him, and then you can use him as, like, the Omni Negate. I always forget his name. Utopic Future. Is that the one? Let me see. Yes, Utopic Future. Thank you. Yeah. Can you get enough guys to also get Utopic Future on board to protect Zexal? Probably not before Nib, but I would imagine you could probably do that, right? Yeah, Future and Draco Future, yeah. Yeah, those two guys. Again, I don't use Xyz that often, so I don't typically have... I have them, but I don't use them too often. I'm not really an Xyz person. But yeah, there's like gotta be a combo you can do to... I'm pretty sure someone's cooked... I feel confident in saying that, like, someone's probably cooked up a way to get this guy on board with, like... With the... Yeah, I figured. Yep. Yep, there it is. Yeah, this is another silly card. A silly card that just says you can't play. Like, if this card potentially did something else other than you can't play, right? I think I'd be more tolerant of it, but we can't have you can't play. Roots can negate attacks. Oh, yeah. Not to mention, this thing's just gonna have, like, a buttload of attack anyway. Yeah. Yeah, that's a no. It looks cool, though. I always say that. Gotta have our twinks. This is Yu-Gi-Oh! Like I said, can't have Yu-Gi-Oh! Without twinks. Is that the first twink we've run across in the band section? Hold on, that might be. It is! That's funny. Oh boy. Topologic Gumblar Dragon. Double to Roots to Zexal. Imagine the attack. Yeah, that's gross. Now this thing, I can sum up why this thing is banned to this day very easily. The version of this card we have in the actual TCG is a nerfed version compared to the anime version, and it's still banned. A nerfed version of this card is still banned. That's never a good sign. Matter of fact, hold on. Let's see. So, the TCG version here. Okay, first of all, 2 effect monsters is gross. Link 4, 2 effect monsters. Ew. That's 1. Second of all, if another monster is special summoned to a zone, a link monster points to. A link monster. Not even this one. A link monster. Ew. Discard 1 or 2 random cards. Your opponent discards the same number. You don't care if you're discarding your cards. Your board's nice there and ready. During the main phase, if this card is extra linked and your opponent has at least 1 card in their hand, make them discard 1 or 2 cards, whichever is higher. Then, if they have no cards, burn them for 3,000. You don't really care about the burn. You care about the hand. Hand ripping in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a very dangerous thing. A lot more than other card games because there's no resource system. Like, if a card gets milled from your hand in another game, there's usually a resource system which makes the effect feel not as bad, right? Because there's a chance, granted a small chance, that you might not have been able to use that card to begin with, at the time being, right? At the game state at present. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is not like that. This card, being a hard once per turn, does not stop this card from being banned. Which is even worse. Oh, and the anime version, same summoning condition, 2 effect monsters. If another monster is special summoned to a zone, a link monster points to, while this card's on the field, same effect. And if you have at least 1 card in your hand, destroy all cards in each player's hand. The worst part is, we're not even done. Once per turn, if this card is extra linked and your opponent has at least 1 card in their hand, destroy as many cards in your opponent's hand as possible and inflict 3,000 damage to them. This effect cannot be negated! And we're still not done! While this card is extra linked, link monsters you control cannot be destroyed by card effects. We're done now. This is a super nerfed version of that. And it still had to be banned. We still had to say no. Like, it still wasn't, no. You just can't. Like, the Super Saiyan version. And this is even further beyond Super Saiyan 2. Yeah, dude, the anime version of some cards is fucking crazy, dude. Like, the Egyptian god cards are, like, the funny go-to, but there's, like, other ones that are, like, crazier. Yeah. This card still had to get banned after all that. The anime version of this card is a version that's on crack. This version is on, is, like, drug-free, but, like, he's, like, going into remission or something. You can't have this card. No. Just no. This is a card that I think is, like, I didn't even want to. Oh, and wait, it's once per turn. I feel the need to mention that. This card is once per turn, hard once per turn, and it's still banned. It's still not enough. It's still hard once, and it's still banned. Oh my god, I just realized, if you, like, get... You could probably summon it on your opponent's turn again if you get enough bodies to get this thing, and then IP Masquerada on board. If you had multiple copies. Ew. Yeah, nah, fuck this thing. Listen, I love me my dragons, but some of them need to be permanently banished. For the betterment of humankind. Yeah, understandable. Absolutely understandable, yeah. Oh, man. Ew. Ew, 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 ew. Oh my god, wait, I just realized... Dude, Cyber's Piles could, like, summon this thing pretty easily, because I'm pretty sure you can get, like, Singularity to summon it. They're already making Singularity. Dude, you can just make Singularity, and then you... Dude, people already don't like Cyber's Piles, because, like, you know, because of the stuff they can do, like, circular... in the board states it can get to are pretty versatile and strong. Now imagine if this thing was still around. Yeah! Yeah, if... Oh my god, ew! Dude! Yeah, dude, Cyber's Piles would be able to build the board with this, have it be able to be extra linked, and then still set up, like, a bunch of other stuff, right? Because you'd still have Singularity. You'd have Singularity reviving. You could send it to Grave if you use, like, Dark Fluid or something. You still have, like, OG Firewall Dragon being able to do stuff. Yeah, this card's nasty. And again, I love my Pile decks. I absolutely love Cyber's Pile. It's a very fun deck. But this card cannot exist if those decks exist. And this card was banned before those decks got really good, right? Like, yeah, Access would be... Yeah, this card got banned before, like, Cyber's Piles existed, right? This card got banned when, like, Goki and, like, Danger Dark World were the things making it. It's easier to make now. Yeah, nah, this guy needs to stay gone. I love my Cyber's Piles, I truly do. I love me my good old Pile deck. I still need to try out plant stuff. I need to get around to making that one of these days, but I love me my Piles. Nah, this guy can stay banned. Oh boy, good old needle fiber. Yeah, I'm calling it needle fiber because needle fiber sounds way more fluent and easier to say than Halquifibrax. All right, listen, my half Puerto Rican, half Jamaican tongue can only pronounce so many abnormal syllables at once. All right. As far as I'm concerned, his name is Needle Fiber. First name Crystron, last name Needle Fiber. Actually, no, it'd be the other way around because he's like part of the archetype, and the archetype is like a family name. So I gotta switch it. It's like a Japanese name, right? Nah, his name is Needle Fiber Crystron. Yeah, this thing, more than anything, the main reason I find this card so funny is because it's like, it was one of the poster child examples of Konami and one of their ban philosophies, which like no one ever likes, where they ban things around the problematic card instead of just banning the problematic card. Because they banned so many tuners before they were like, okay, fine, we'll just ban it. And no one likes when you do that. Like, we knew what the problem was. Everyone immediately knew what the problem was. Like, we knew what was wrong with the things that this card was able to do. And it wasn't the tuners. It was this thing. Yeah, like, not to mention, there's like more tuner synchro monsters and more like more tuners in general that are like absolutely more exploitable with this thing around. I don't think I would like. This thing would be hysterical in Centurion. It'd be hysterical in a lot of synchro decks, I'm gonna be completely honest. But this is you need to keep this banned. This one I can understand keeping banned. As much as I use the decks that it would be good in, nah, keep him locked. Keep him locked. And it sucks that like actual Crystron can't really utilize it either. That always sucks, right? Like when your archetypal card gets banned for reasons that aren't your archetype. That always sucks. And I think like Crystron's especially suffered from that. I gotta try out Crystron one of these days. They're a pretty funky synchro deck. Yeah, old Needle Fiber can stay away. Up next, oh boy, Guard Dragon Agripane. Any two dragons cannot special summon monsters except dragons. Well, I'm probably gonna do that anyway. During your main phase, you can special summon a dragon from your extra deck to a zone or to a main monster zone or extra monster zone that you can summon to, that 2 or more link monsters point to. Any dragon from the extra deck. Any of them. By just 2 link monsters. A standard dragon link combo. Because I know this is what they were doing back then, but it's fucking insane to me that they didn't think that that would end terribly. Also, obligatory, this card looks sick as fuck. Dude, silver, gold, black. Quality card. Dude, this card in any deck would be insane. Like, okay, so like the only, like, stopping function, right, is that it special summons them and doesn't necessarily summon them using their main condition. So cards that, like, need to be synchro summoned for their effect, or need to be XC summoned for their effect, etc., aren't going to be able to utilize their effects to the fullest. But there's plenty of dragons that don't care about that. There's a lot of dragons that don't care about that. And it blows my mind that this thing even existed. Like, this is an insane card. Oh, I'm curious, right? I'm gonna go down the list. Yeah, there's a lot of cards that just say when special summoned. They don't say how. Ew. Yeah, let's see. I'm on Master Duel meta. I'm just gonna, like, point out some dragons. Let's see. All the extra deck dragons, right? So there's, you know, Meteor Burst. You could revive Meteor Burst. But you're probably not going to be doing that, right? This is typically a dragon or Tenpai card for OTKs. You can bring out Seals. Black Rose Dragon's not going to work. That's not going to work. That's not going to work. That's not going to work. Oh, ew! Ew, you could use this to bring out Crimson Dragon! You can use this to bring out Crimson Dragon, and then you can use that to basically circumvent that, that special summon effect for, like, synchro monsters. Which is very funny. Let's see, that needs a synchro. Let's see, 2 dragons. Any 2 dragons, you can use this. Special summon a dragon. If I had this... I'm trying to think. Would there be a way I could use this in Centurion? I would need to make a link setup that requires this pointing in a zone and then another link monster pointing at that zone. There might be a way, although with that many cards being used in your strategy, unless they literally all get negated all at once, I'm almost certain you could probably just go into Centurion Standard. So it's probably not a great idea for that. Let's see. Blazar must be Synchro Summoned, but we just mentioned that you can go into Cosmic. Or, yeah, into Crimson for that. Oh, you can just instantly get out Dispater. You can... Let's see. Some of the branded cards could do stuff. Although they're a bit awkward. They're probably not using links, right? Let's see. That needs to be synchroed. Oh, yeah. You can go into Coral Dragon for draws. You can go into Accel Synchro Stardust. Get Ruddy Rose for free negate. You can get out Hope Harbinger to slurp up some stuff. I'm just going down the list, man. There's a couple of things you could do. Yeah, Dragon Link obviously is the go-to for this. So, like, I'm not well versed in, like, classical Dragon Link to really name out what they would have done with this. Or what they did back then. Come to think of it, let me check that, actually, right? Like, what was their go-to back then, right? What would you make with with these guys? Let's see. I'm curious. Agripain. Let's check you out. Oh god, they used to summon Hot Red Dragon Archfey. That's funny. Oh, using it in Buster Blader would be hysterical. Ew. Oh yeah, Pendulums would probably be able to make this pretty decently. I think there's enough of those to make this. That's pretty neat. Huh. Yeah, ew. Yeah, this one's nasty. Yeah, leave him gone. Check him PC and ban him. Also, I'm not going to do that next one. We're going to do this one because this is Agrippane's partner in crime, LP. I can talk about this one a decent amount too, because this one's a fucking Link 1, and I don't know, like, Link 1s are some of the most, like, deceptively powerful cards in the game. And this thing is like a prime example. A level 4 or lower dragon. You can only special summon dragons, which again, who really cares? You can special summon a dragon from hand or deck to a zone that 2 or more Link monsters point to. Yeah, just instantly summon any dragon from your deck. What could possibly go wrong? Again, it blows my mind that these cards even existed. I'm gonna be real, sometimes I feel like Pisty is even too ridiculous sometimes. And I love Pisty, but... dude, this is... why did these exist? Who made this? I love me my dragons. I love this one too. I love how much holier it looks compared to the other ones. Like, Pisty looks like evil and sinister, LP looks like holy, and then Agrippane is like in the middle. I really like that dynamic. The artwork of these dragons are fucking fantastic, but... God, these effects are just insane. They even look cool, too. Bro's a one-winged dragon. Ready for anything. Ready for danger. These cards are evil. Don't do it. Meanwhile... dude, my biggest problem with this card is that this is like one of the most easily errata-able cards in existence. So, Union Carrier. 2 or more monsters with the same type or attribute. It's pretty easy for a bunch of decks. Can't be used as a link material to turn it summoned. Alright. Target a face-up monster you control. Equip 1 monster to it from hand or deck, for some reason, with the same original type or attribute. The equipped monster gains 1,000 attack. If you equip from deck, can't special summon monsters with that equipped card's name for the rest of the turn. Can only use this effective Union Carrier once per turn. Why doesn't it say Union Monster? Just have it equip a Union Monster. I love Buster Blader, but everyone's just going to equip Buster Whelp to things, and now your opponent can't play the game. Just have it say Union Monster, man! This card can just say Union Monster, and then it gets unbanned tomorrow. Like, really? Like, are there any unions that are, like, dangerous? Like, Union is such a funky type. Let's see. The most used Union monster is fucking Squeak Knight in Infernoble Knight. No one cares about unions, man! It's so silly. Like, it's such a free answer. It's an obvious answer, right? That's what's upsetting about it. Oh boy. Link Cross. Now remember what I just said about Link 1s being deceptively powerful? Yeah. A Link 1 made out of other links to make more materials. This is basically a Link monster that recycles Link monsters to, like... Not recycles. Exchange is a better term, I suppose. It exchanges Link monsters to do other things. Yeah, this one's silly. There's, like, more stuff for it to use now, too, which is even crazier. Yeah, like, we were talking earlier with, like, Grinder Golem and, like, Dandelion and about tokens and token accessibility. Yeah, this is accessible, alright. This is super accessible. This is... Jeez. Yeah, ew. Ew, 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 ew. Ew, 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 ew. You know what else? I mentioned earlier, right, that like having a lot of bodies doesn't necessarily mean much unless there's stuff to do with them. Yeah, with Link monsters, there's absolutely stuff to do. There's absolutely stuff to do with Link monsters. And just converting a Link monster into way more material. You're basically turning any Link monster into a plus, right? Because you leave the Link Cross. The Link Cross is like there, and then you summon tokens, you get a Link ready. You can make it like a Link 3, and then, you know, go into Link Cross, and now there's Link Cross plus 3 tokens. You basically have access to Link 4 without even trying now. There's plenty of, like, standard combos you could probably do that would make this, like, insane. Well, more insane than honestly just looking at it, just, like, at a passing glance, really. This card is silly. This card is very silly. Before we get into the spells and traps, I will be right back. Oh, it's not even all of them. Oh, why are they in a funky order? Oh, they're listed by, rarity. I forgot about that. They're in rarity order. That's fine. Yeah. Give me a bit. I will, use the bathroom, and I will be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. There we go. Alright, let's take a look at the UR spells and traps that are banned. Graceful Charity. God, dude, old cards are so funny. Like, a lot of the banned monsters are, like, newer. A lot of the banned spells are gonna be old. I have a feeling. Yeah, draw 3, discard 2. This would be so gross in so many... You know what's funny? Yu-Gi-Oh! Has, like, always used its graveyard a decent amount, even way back then, during the beginning. But, like, Yu-Gi-Oh's graveyard usage just, like, balloons as the years go on, and, like, debatably more than other card games. I don't think it's that much of a debate, to be quite honest. Like, I'm pretty sure we can... I don't know. Would anyone else here say that there's a card game that uses its graveyard as much as Yu-Gi-Oh? I don't think so. We do have some people here who play other card games, so... Yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh's, as the saying goes, the graveyard is a second hand. Power scaling, but for musicians. before you elaborate, how often does an average deck in Runeterra use the graveyard? Not much. Okay. I figured. Because I know in Hearthstone it's not tremendously used. I know there's some, like, Death Rattle stuff. I'm pretty sure, from what I can remember of Shadowverse, it wasn't that common there either. And I'm not sure about other card games outside of that. Alrighty, how do we power scale musicians? Oh, also, while I'm doing that, Alrighty, how do we power scale our musicians? See, if I do this now, does something explode? I hope not. Yeah, then we got a scale whether they could out-sing, out-rap each other if the fisticuffs fail. I thought we were just doing that immediately. I thought we were jumping right into, like, Scott Pilgrim, like, Battle of the Band territory. Yeah, that's what my thought was. Like, it's just... it's literally just going to be the scene in the Scott Pilgrim where they fight the Kariyanagi twins. Wait a minute, come to think of it, no, hold on. Fuck, I cannot remember. I've played a rhythm game with, like, actual, like, boss fights. I don't fucking remember what it is right now. I mean, like, there's Final Fantasy Theatrhythm, but I'm not thinking about that, although that does count. I guess there's also technically, like, Parappa, but that's it's a bit out there. Yeah, hit me with those examples. My back. The baby in Childish Gambino. Childish probably solos phase 1. What if the baby cuts phase 2 and punches him? Hold on. The baby is crazy AP. Can Childish tank the pants shitting punch? I'm be real, probably. The baby's apparently only 5'6". Let's see, Gambino. Gambino's 6'3". Oh, no, wait. No, here we go. All right, Gambino's 5'9", so Gambino's got a bit of a reach advantage. Also, Gambino's, like, more versatile. I wouldn't be surprised if Gambino's also done, like, actual martial arts in his time. Like, Gambino's legitimately, like, done everything. So they have about a 3-inch difference. They weigh about the same. Yeah, I think Gambino can take it, yeah. What if the baby starts freestyling? I'd still put money on Gambino. I would definitely put money on Gambino. I would absolutely still put money on Gambino. Nah, Gambino's freestyles are like crazy because it's like his kind of freestyles are the freestyles where it's just like you don't even realize he's freestyling. It just feels like a casual conversation you're having with him, but he's still like totally on beat and having a conversation with you. Like he's still got witty bars. It's like he's like disarming you essentially. Like Gambino's freestyles would be able to like diffuse situations. Bjork versus Rihanna. Oh, fucking Bjork. There is no phase. It's Bjork. yeah, it's Bjork. Listen, I'm not a fountain of black in the shape of a girl, but that girl's got hands. No, I'm saying even if we were to just take round one alone, right? Just the music, Bjork still clears. I'm be real. And if it has to go to round 2, then yeah, Bjork definitely clears. I'd play some Bjork right now if I didn't have, if, you know, fucking copyright wasn't a thing. I would totally play like Venus is a Boy or something. Play Bachelorette. Fucking, my favorite is pagan poetry, but pagan poetry is not exactly a, Here's a goofy one. I think I have, you said goofy, so I have an idea of someone you'd say, but let's see what you say. Billie Eilish versus Justin Bieber, whatever iteration of either is your choice. Okay, so like, I wanted to say Billie Eilish inherently, right? But then you gotta remember that Justin Bieber has canonically survived at least one Diddy party. So his resistance is through the fucking roof. I'm gonna be real. I think he wins just because of that. Yeah, he's got max defense. I think their stardom, like, I think their music is equal. I know Justin is, like, pretty, he, like, works out. I know he's, like, pretty fit. I think Billie is, like, about average for a girl her age and height. So I think, like, round 2, Justin would win. But, like, yeah, Justin's got that dog in him. I'm gonna be real. Listen, anyone that's ever survived a Diddy party is someone I don't want to go up against. Yeah, I think Justin tanks it. Yeah. Yeah, it's just gonna be like, why won't you die? Nanomachine, son. Yeah, it's just gonna be like that. Except there's no, like, fucking nanotech sword to, like, help Billy out here. Yeah. You don't want to fuck with the survivors of the Diddy party. Yeah, that motherfucker was hardened, alright? Oh, Lord. I love that graceful charity. From my screen position, graceful charity is like looking down at the YouTube chat box. So it's just like she's like blessing the chat. What in the world is that? That is a bot. You should do better, Twitch. Anyway. 50 Cent versus Diddy. Diddy has 1 bottle of oil, but 50 just got shot, so he's at max power. I'm gonna put it on 50. I'm gonna put it on 50. I don't think Diddy is at... It's 1 bottle, and there's a lot he can do with 1 bottle, but it is just 1 bottle. He doesn't have the supply he needs to put on the constant pressure. He's gonna run out of offense eventually. Yeah, that's not even... Yeah, that's not even including if 50 is able to actually put up with the oil just even before it gets to that point. I think he wins. I don't think the war of attrition is going to be enough for him. I think he's good. Get oil on the field like we're talking about fucking Final Fantasy Tactics or something. Yeah, I think 50 could tank it. Wowed. Yeah, Diddy's like an assassin build. Nah, he's like a setup sweeper, man. He needs that time to set up. If he can't set up, right? If he gets taunted, right, he can't set up. Right? If you stop him before he sets up, right? You got your wall breaker, you just bust him down before he sets up. Can't do anything, man. Alright? Listen, all I'm saying is a vicious rend would get rid of all that oil. Dragon Dance. No, what would you... I think 50 would be like fighting steel. I think it'd be fighting steel, but he definitely would be tanky. He'd be like a bulky fighting steel. With like bulk up and drain punch and... Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, that's what I'm thinking for 50. Yeah, just flex the oil off. You ain't Hakan. This ain't Street Fighter. The oil means nothing here. Gotta do it like that. That's how you do it. You do that, you're good. See, that's all you gotta do. Yeah, 50's got it. Oh yeah, did I even, before we even got to the sidetrack, did I even mention anything about Graceful Charity? I think I, like, barely did. Before we go back to talking about Diddy, Graceful Charity. Yeah, this card's insane. This card is, like, insane draw power and insane setup. Yeah, there's Ash Blossom, but Ash Blossom doesn't do enough. You're gonna need a lot more than an Ash Blossom to stop that. Man, Graceful Charity would be crazy. Again, especially with Yu-Gi-Oh! Your graveyard is your friend. Having Graceful would just be crazy. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you debatably the most famous card in Yu-Gi-Oh! Man, it is so funny how such a simple card would be absurd. But yeah, Pot of Greed, yeah, this needs to stay. Pot of Greed absolutely needs to stay banned. People always like to say that, oh, well, you know, if I can use Pot of Greed in my pet deck of choice, right? I can use an insert XYZ deck here. But why? Yeah, the big thing that those people tend to ignore is that the good decks can also use Pot of Greed. Okay, I can explain it then. So the big thing about Pot of Greed, as opposed to other card games, right? Because other card games have, like, other draw power. Like, Pot of Greed would be terrible in Pokemon, right? The main reason Pot of Greed is so absurd in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is that it is a non-conditional card in a resourceless card game. It is an unconditional draw 2 where you can essentially play your cards immediately. Almost every other card game has a resource system that slows down the costs. Right? That slows... Yeah, Rune Terror, right? Yeah, like, there's cards that are 0 mana or draw 1s in other games, right? But that's the thing. That draw 1 is set up for later. In Yu-Gi-Oh!, this draw 2 is set up for now. Nothing is stopping you from using the cards you're getting now. That's the main difference. The individual power level of Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards is much higher than other card games, so that easier accessibility to other cards in your deck, especially considering that this thins your deck on top of that, makes it substantially more consistent, right? You're not just waiting to use those cards that you get, right? Yeah, there are burst speed cards that draw you a card, but you still need to wait before you can use those cards, because you're limited by those games' inherent resource systems. Yu-Gi-Oh! Doesn't have inherent resource systems. At least keep it limited to 1. No, because even at 1, it would still be absurd. Again, the problem is this is essentially going to be an unconditional 1-of in every single deck. On top of the other cards that can potentially draw, that can potentially search, that can potentially mill, etc., etc., etc. Yu-Gi-Oh's individual cards' strength is much stronger than other cards' strengths. And there's no resources to keep those strengths in check like other card games. Right? Because there are, like, strong cards in, like, Magic the Gathering or Rune Terror, right? But you need, like, 7, 6, 8 plus mana before you can actually play those cards, right? You need to build up. You need to play into it, right? You need to prepare. There's none of that in Yu-Gi-Oh! Right? The power of an individual card in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a lot stronger. So getting to those individual cards means a lot more in Yu-Gi-Oh! Than it does other games. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Jordan. Yeah, I get it. Like, I know what you're getting at, right? Because other card games have other cards that are virtually identical in Runeterra, right? Magic has a lot of 0 cost or 1 mana draw cards. And like I said, in Pokemon, this card would be terrible, because Pokemon, you have discard your entire hand to draw 7, right? Pokemon, you have mill 3, grab 3, right? But Pokemon has a lot more of a, like, defend the castle style resource system that stops those kinds of things from being as overpowered as they could be, right? That's what it comes down to. Those other card games have resource systems that inherently limit the usability of those potential cards you get. That's essentially the major deciding factor between it. If Max C and the Moltres are legal, I don't see why Greed has to stay banned. Okay, here's the thing though. Do you like the fact that Max C and the Moltres are legal? Yes! See, I understand what kind of player Gray is now. They want the world to burn. Because I'm going to be real, even if Max C and the Moltres were all at one-ofs, they'd still be dangerous cards. No one realistically likes the fact that we have to play with essentially 9 Max Cs. We're just putting up with the fact that it's the game we're playing. Because again, card draw in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a lot stronger than other games. Like, Max C is a turn-ending card. You either deal with it, or you, like, fight through it and unfortunately give your opponent, like, massive advantage. There's not that many decks that truly play under Max C well. There's, like, a literal handful that do. Like, Max C is a turn-ending, game-defining card. Pot of Greed on top of that is overkill. Because it's not like people like Max C. Just deck them out. Listen, everyone likes the Max C challenge every once in a while, but not every deck can just deck them out. What do you got? You've got what? Dark World, Lightsworn, Tier. Yeah, there's not that many decks that can realistically win the Max C challenge. Granted, it is hysterical when it happens. Also, I want you to keep in mind that when Max C gets played against me, I tend to just play through it anyway, as if it wasn't played to begin with. Right? I'm fully accepting the repercussions of that Max C, because I know the potential dangers that it has. But it's still not fun to play under. Right? And it's especially not fun when your opponent fully sets up their board and then they slap down Max C after that. It's like rubbing, like, salt and lemon and just, like, orphan tears into the wound. Draw power is insane in Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, it is a genuine difference maker in Yu-Gi-Oh! Because of the card strength, because of the lack of a resource system, because of how much easier your card is to use immediately than it is in other games. That's why, like, Pot of Greed is banned, because it's not that this card would be used, it's find a reason to not use it. Even decks that would play like 60 cards would still use it. Even grass decks would still play it. And friendly reminder, there are versions of Pot of Greed that are nerfed, and they're either banned or limited to 1. Nerfed versions of this card are still super strong. And we're talking about banishing half your extra deck, banishing the top 10 cards of your deck, banishing a specific number of cards from your extra deck, and then excavating and then hoping for the best. These nerfed versions of this card are still very strong in this game to the point where they're also banned or limited. So having the unnerfed version of them would be crazy. We get a drink after that. That was quite a speech. Oh, you know what? I will, I'll add a list. I'll add a video I saw a while back talking about the strength of draw power in different games to, like, put it into perspective, right? How much each game, like, wants and likes its draw power. Yeah, I'll do that. Because that'll like make it a lot easier to see when you see how other card games handle it, like, side by side. Last will, this is a funny card. This card was banned, like, a long time ago, like 2006-ish. If a monster on your side of the field was sent to the graveyard this turn, you can special summon a monster with an attack of 1500 or less from your deck once during this turn, then shuffle your deck. Yeah, this is... If a monster is sent from your field to grave... Oh, you mean, like, if I used any extra deck mechanic? This is a card that was already busted before the extra deck was essentially, like, as accessible as it is nowadays. This card would provide crazy extension in virtually every deck. This card was banned before it was easier to use it. Those kinds of cards are always the craziest. Yeah, some people will Ash Upstart because it says draw one. Like, yeah, like, that one card is absolutely... has more potential in Yu-Gi-Oh! To be the defining factor because of the strength of the cards. Also, you know, it's extra funny whenever I play, like, Macrocosmos and people Ash Blossom that. No one uses Macrocosmos to summon the Primordial Sun. They use it because... they use it because they want to turn off your graveyard and want things to get banished. But yeah, Last Will is insane. Last Will is absolutely insane. Oh god, we're getting to these now. Confiscation. Pay 1,000 life points, look at your opponent's hand, select one, discard it. Remember how I just said that the strength of an individual card in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is much stronger than it is in other card games? I now want you to imagine you have the power to remove those cards. Hand Destruction in Yu-Gi-Oh! Again, because of the power level of the individual cards, is immensely stronger in Yu-Gi-Oh! Than it is in other card games. Which is not to say it isn't strong in other card games. It absolutely is. But Yu-Gi-Oh! Takes it to another level. We went over Gumblar Dragon earlier. Gumblar Dragon is a nerfed version of it. Gumblar Dragon is nerfed, and Gumblar Dragon is still too strong for Master Duel. Now, a spell card for 1,000 life points to take one is insanity. Dude, this artwork perfectly sums it up. Look at this. This will be you. When you see this card, this is you. If you play older formats and this gets dropped, this is you. This is exactly what it's like, especially nowadays, because nowadays the moment-to-moment interaction is a lot stronger. If you remove like hand traps from your opponent's hand, oh boy. Imagine being able to remove those Ash Blossoms, those Nibiru's, those Imperms. Yeah. This is a card that gets more destructive the more interactive the game gets in between turns. Yeah, we're not done because we have their brothers in crime. Here's Delinquent Duo. Pay 1,000 life points, your opponent discards a random card, and if they have any other cards, discard one more. Now, I have seen arguments that, you know, I've mentioned a couple of times that the graveyard in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is essentially a second hand, right? And you might run into the chance that your opponent mills things that they want to mill, but they have to be running some very specific things for being 2 cards down to turn into such an advantage state that they don't mind being 2 cards down. Like, you need to be going against, like, actually tier limit. And that's not good enough. Especially because one is random. That's... ew. And we're still not done! Here's the Forceful Sentry! Look at your opponent's hand, select one among them, and return it to their deck! Yeah, because if sending it to grave wasn't enough, now you can just send it to their deck! Dude! What? Okay, friendly reminder that these cards were available in, like, earlier Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, 2006 beforehand. Don't ask me why. You know why I say 2006? 2006 is, like, my brain mental mark for, like, when the GX era, like, starts to take off. So I usually say, like, before that, right? Is, like, old Yu-Gi-Oh! Quote-unquote. Guarding a brick wall. Yeah, he's guarding the brick wall to his damnedest. How would something like that scale in Yu-Gi-Oh? If you have no cards in your deck, what happens in Runeterra? Because in Yu-Gi-Oh, if you have to draw and you have no cards, you just instantly lose. You lose? Okay. How much does it cost to use that card in Runeterra? Like, what do you need to do that? Because there have been, like, deck out strategies in Yu-Gi-Oh! And they're mostly fine now. But during the older times, they were annoying, and some were even banned. Matter of fact, while you type that out, hold on. I'm going to turn on my heater. It's getting frozen in my room. I'm going to mute for a moment. I will be reading what you say, so just keep going. Alright, I'm back. Alright, you summon a 3-cost, which has a whole quest in which you gotta summon 3 big boys that she can make cheaper by doing certain things. I played Runeterra for a little bit. I do remember they had a lot of quest cards. Well, that's essentially like the main thing about Runeterra is like their quest. So yeah. Evolution puts a Explodey in your hand. Initially costs 10, the max you can have, but costs less for every big boy you have on field. So our general gameplay loop is to passively create big boys, which evolves when she has enough of them, and then they reduce the cost of the win condition. Okay, how many, out of 10, when this deck was, let's say at its peak, right? How many duels out of 10 would this deck win? Oh, and also, if that kind of card existed in Yu-Gi-Oh!, it would be absolutely busted, because summoning big boys is literally what Yu-Gi-Oh! Is all about. Like, if that was the condition to deck out your opponent, that card would be banned yesterday. That would be, like, one of the easiest FTKs ever in Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm gonna be real. That card would be insane in Yu-Gi-Oh! The big boys that were summoned were really juiced. Yeah, I was about to say, I would imagine even if you didn't achieve that main win condition, I would imagine the big boys would still be able to output, like, enough damage. Like, how many duels were won because of the deck effect and not because of the big boys? Yeah, I was about to say, I would have imagined, like, yeah, being able to, your deck focusing on summoning, yeah, because when I played Shadowverse, I played Dragoncraft the most, and Dragoncraft is similar to, I think it's Druid in Hearthstone, where they get more mana faster than every other class. So the main way Dragoncraft usually won is by getting enough advantage early by having more mana than your opponent would, in order to play, like, stronger cards way earlier. And I would imagine that would essentially be, like, the thing that won them more, is that they could summon these big guys, right? But yeah, something like that would be insane in Yu-Gi-Oh! Because Yu-Gi-Oh! Is all about summoning big guys. As early as round 4? Yeah. That's like an average duel in Yu-Gi-Oh! I get 4 big boys on the board and, like, with a bad hand in Yu-Gi-Oh! They were considered 8 costs. That would basically, that's like an average Yu-Gi-Oh! The deck I was playing during this event, and the decks I was playing beforehand the other day, literally do nothing but summon level 8 guys, and level 8 and higher guys are the Yu-Gi-Oh! Equivalent of, like, the 7 and higher mana cards in other card games. So yeah, there are a bunch of Yu-Gi-Oh! Archetypes that focus on that revolve around summoning a bunch of big guys of a particular level in order to do things. Just to do other things, like. And we've seen it a couple of times. Like, there have been cards, like we went over Dark Matter Dragon, who needs level 8s, which at the time was already easy, but it's easier now because the particular deck that card belongs to got way more support. And moreover, like, Blue Eyes in general also got more support. And the cards I was using today that came out in Master Duel are also level 8s. The Light Dragon and the Dark Dragon, they're also 8s, right? So, yeah, summoning a bunch of big guys is what Yu-Gi-Oh! Does best. A card whose win condition was like, I don't know, if you summon 10 level 8 or higher monsters and summon this card, you win the duel, would be crazy. But also, what you just said, like, perfectly highlights, like, what I was talking about earlier. You see how you needed to build up to, like, the win condition for that? Like, how many turns on average would it take for you to, like, win in Runeterra, right? I would imagine, you know, you're not often getting to 10 mana, right? Very few times do these games ever get to 10 mana, so you probably, like, well, I guess it depends. Depends on the pacing of the game. I'm not too comfortable with Runeterra at all, to say. I am with Shadowverse. I know Shadowverse games it usually just straight up depends on matchup. But, yeah, the point being, right, yeah, 6 or 8, I would have figured. That was going to be my safety answer, but I wasn't too sure. So, yeah, you gotta remember, like, yeah, that 6 to 8 range is normal for card games because of their resource systems. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is 1 or 2. Like, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is 1 or 2, and that's not just for aggro. That's, like, for everything, right? If your deck can't win in 1 or 2 turns, it's not good. And even then, there's, like, a bunch of tools that help, like, bad decks win in 1 or 2 turns. Yu-Gi-Oh! is super explosive. Yeah, it's super explosive. Oh, you know what? Perfect example, since we're talking about fighting games. It's like getting Happy Birthday'd. Imagine if every duel in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is essentially like... if the potential for Happy Birthdays is there. How the opportunity to die immediately is always a threat. If you don't play right. That's what Yu-Gi-Oh! Is like. It's like, alright, time to use my assist, and happy birthday. Right? Other card games are like Street Fighter, right? The pace is more slowed down, right? There's more trading, there's footsies. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is the only game which has had multiple FTK decks within its lifetime. Oh! No, Magic's had a couple. I'd say Yu-Gi-Oh! Definitely has the most, but the other card games have absolutely had FTKs. But yeah, again, because there's nothing restricting card usage, right? You need to be you gotta be super careful with the cards you allow. That's also why the ability to just pluck the strongest card from your opponent's hand and send it back is insane. I always say Yu-Gi-Oh! Is like the Marvel vs. Capcom 3 of card games. It's super explosive, it's super tradey. Like, the pendulum can swing, quite literally sometimes, in a moment's notice. Virtually every deck has X Factor. It's the best kind of chaos. Giant Trunade. Oh boy. Yeah, chaos! So Giant Trunade returns all spells and traps on the field to the hand. This is such an unassumingly dangerous card. That being said, I think it's actually at 1 in either LCG or TCG. Let me check. No, it's still banned everywhere. Never mind. Yeah. So Giant Trunade, right? You know how I've mentioned multiple times, but I'll mention it again. Yu-Gi-Oh! Does not have a resource system, right? If this card... this card does exist in other card games, and it's completely fine. Right? Like, Magic the Gathering has, like, several of these. But, again, with Magic, you need to repay the resource. in order to reuse your card. Right? That stops it from being as potentially ridiculous. Right? Because this bounces all spells and traps, not just your opponent's, not just yours, all of them. Which means you can use a card effect, return your cards back to your hand, and then use it again. Trunade is a very, very silly card. Although, I will say, some people have said that this is a potentially try it out at 1 and see how it goes. I kind of see where they're coming from. There's a lot more once returns are on the strongest cards nowadays. I'm a bit skeptical, but I can understand try it at 1. Painful choice. Okay, you know what? So So Chaos Dragon was banned because it was a excavate and then mill 4. An excavate and then mill 4. That was a take the top 5, pick 1, the other 4 go away into the grave. And that was banned because milling 4 cards is crazy. This card says you choose which 5 cards get selected. Not just random, no, you pick the ones that get sent. And then your opponent has to pick 1 that goes to your hand, and the rest go to the grave. Painful choice. There has never been a more accurate card name, debatably ever. Painful choice is a criminal understatement. Because no matter what happens with this card, you're now forcing your opponent to choose the lesser of 5 evils. And it's not going to be good for them. It's going to be terrible every time. Ah, man. Again, this is a card that was like banned early in Yu-Gi-Oh's history. Before, like, more crazy graveyard stuff happened. Like, hold on. I need to... I gotta check when. See, are there any dates? I would love to know when certain things get banned in Yu-Gi-Oh! It's so hard to, like, find that sometimes. Ooh. I don't know. Can't see when that was banned either. But yeah, painful choice. Painful choice is crazy. Painful choice is, in fact, a very painful choice. Cold Wave. This card can only be activated at the start of main phase 1. Until your next turn, you and your opponent cannot play or set any spells or traps. Okay, so, again, this was a card that was, like, an older banned card. This card has been banned for a very long time. And monsters have only gotten stronger since this card was banned. Like, monsters establishing a full board is the norm. So being able to shut down any potential stops beforehand, like if you play this first, your opponent can't imperm you. They now are forced to use like other hand traps to try and stop you, and that might not be enough. And even then, when it gets to their turn, they still can't use spells and traps during their turn. It only gets shut off during your next turn. This card shuts off 2/3 of the game. 2/3 of the game for 2 turns! This card would be like just a death sentence for several decks. Sky Striker would be sad. Labyrinth would be sad. And there's a bunch of decks that still want their spells and traps. Even if they aren't going to particularly use them, they still want them. Like Centurion, U-Bell, fucking Tempai, Gimmick Puppet. Like, this card just shuts off so much without even trying. It's disgusting. Terraforming. Add 1 field spell from your deck to your hand. This is a card. This is one of those, I like this card and I want it, but I understand why it's banned. Field spells and Yu-Gi-Ohs are some of the stronger ones, providing immense consistency to the decks that they have, as well as several other effects. The searchability for them now almost always has to come from within archetype because this card's just not allowed. That being said, this card was only banned in Master Duel because of tier limit. They banned the tier limit planet. It's probably still gonna get it should probably stay banned, but I'm gonna be real, that made me sad. I like terraforming. Dimension Fusion. Pay 2,000 life points. Special summon, or each player special summons as many of their banished monsters as possible. Dude, this is another card that's like, again, it's crazy that it was banned during like 2007, 2008. And it's only like a card that's stronger as time goes on. Dude, this card would be crazy in a Bestial deck. Oh man, this card would be crazy. Oh man, 2,000 life points to summon basically an army of guys for free. I say for free, it's 2,000 life points. It's, you know, it's 1/4 of your life points, but let's be real. This, we'll take that. As we will see, because there are cards that have like higher costs that we will run across. Yeah, 2,000 life points for this, I'd take it. I'd take it. Not to mention, as many of my banished monsters, that's again, that's absurd. That's very absurd. There's the good old ramen noodles. We were talking about Norden earlier. Here's Instant Fusion. Pay 1,000 life points. Special summon a level 5 or lower fusion from extra deck. It can't attack. It's destroyed during the end phase. Treated as a fusion summon. That's kind of important. That's very important, actually. You can only activate 1 per turn. So, like, this is a card that, like, if... I mentioned this during Norden, right? Like, Norden is mostly exploitable because of Instant Fusion. And in my mind, I'm trying to think of, like, how many other... What else was, like, used a lot for Instant Fusion? Seraphinite, right? For the extra normal summon? What else would you really... I'm gonna consider this like a blind spot one. Like, because there's a lot of things that I know can use this. Oh, of course, tier limit got it banned. I was... Dude, tier limit gets everything banned. It's at 1 in OCG and TCG, but that's because tier limit is like not nerfed in the same way it is in OCG and TCG as it is in Master Duel. Like tier limit in Master Duel is essentially still playable. Where they banned like combo pieces but not the boss monsters, and I think TCG OCG like banned the boss monsters but not the combo pieces. So yeah, instant fusion. Yeah, if tier can do tier stuff, I don't think it's good. That being said, let me see the other targets that you could use for this. Yeah, tier has tier banned, but it's still broken, kind of like Kashtira. Yeah, I mentioned this earlier, that like when you go against tier in Master Duel now, like at full power, it was annoying because there was like damn near no way of winning. Now, it just feels like a dice roll whether you win or not. And either way, it doesn't feel fun. Kashtira, honestly, now that, like, what's his face? Diabolos is banned, honestly, I think Kashtira is pretty fine. I think Kashtira is reasonable to go against. It can still be challenging, but challenging is not impossible, and challenging is also, you know, doesn't mean it's not fun. Honestly, I think Kashtira is a lot more reasonable now that they don't have, like, a walking multi-negate. And yeah, the Ishizu cards are gone too. So yeah, tier is definitely like still neutered. But that being said, honestly, instant fusion can probably stay banned, because even before tier limit, this card was still getting usage in various decks for various reasons. Like I said beforehand, this card has been like off and on, like unlimited, limited. It's gone to like 1 and then not 1 multiple times, which is pretty funny. Yeah, honestly, this is a card. It's one of those cards that the more cards they make, the more exploitable it's going to be. Right? It has essentially like a potentially infinite ceiling, which causes problems. Oh god, you can instant fusion Mud Dragon of the Swamp with this. Ew. There's a bunch of tuners you can make. Yeah, like a bunch of decks, like a bunch of decks have like a bunch of different targets that they can go into that have like nothing to do with anything. Like non-fusion decks can still go into this and do stuff with it. Yeah, this card can probably still stay banned. It kind of sucks. It is a cool card. Like, it is a pretty cool card, but yeah, it can probably stay banned. Premature Burial. Activate this card by paying 800 life points. Target a monster in your grave, special summon it in attack position, equip it with this card. When this card's destroyed, destroy the equipped monster. Okay, so essentially free revive is like pretty good, but you know, like Monster Reborn exists and is fine. I think the thing that pushes this over the edge of Monster Reborn is the fact that it's an equip spell, and that makes it more easily searchable. That being said, if Isolde's banned, which she's not in Master Duel, which is a key thing. If Isolde's not around, right, the power of equip cards goes down a lot. And then the real question becomes, even if this thing was available, are you going to use it in your combo more than any other equip spell you're going to be using in your combo? I don't really think so. This also has the issue of potential recyclability. I don't know how to feel about this one, honestly. I don't think you can just let loose. It's available in OCG, but I'm pretty sure that's No, Isolde's available in OCG, so I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Premature Burial is banned everywhere. So, you know, certain other places have Isolde. I don't know how to feel about this one, honestly. Isolde makes this complicated. That being said, it's not... I would say that, like, the more powerful things that Isolde was able to do with the other equip cards have already been banned. I don't feel too bad about having this be available, as weird as that sounds. Like, Infernoble Knight is, like, solid. It's fine. It works. But again, I don't think they'd really, like, choose this over other potential equips that they're doing their combo with. I feel like this is a test the waters. I think this is a test. Try it at 1, see what happens. I don't think it's going to be too bad, honestly. I think there's more valuable equipped cards. I think there's more valuable revives. And I don't think the cards that would be able to fully utilize this are that great. Or they have better options. I think trying Premature Burial at 1 would be a thing. Yeah, like Snatch Steal loops exist, right? Yeah, like, I think there's other things that Infernoble could be doing. I don't think 1 Premature Burial is going to be the end of the world. I'd say try it at 1. This motherfucker, on the other hand... Hey, you want to talk about better things that Isolde and Infernoble could be doing? Fuck this thing. We mentioned it before. Hand rip cards are not good. And I'm gonna be real, I'll be fair to this card. It took a while before it got, like, really good. It did take a while. This card's existed for a while. It took quite a while before Smoke Grenade to the Thief became great. But then it became great. Matter of fact, how old is this card? Hold on. Let's see. Smoke Grenade of the Thief. Boop. Let's see, this card first came out in Legacy of Darkness in 2003. Yeah, this card's old. This card's old. And it really wasn't until Warrior Pile started to become so equip heavy that it got insane. Building a Predaplant deck, any recommendations? I'm not the fullest experience in Predaplant. To my knowledge, they're a deck that plays relatively pure. At least that's the version I ran with it, was relatively pure. They can use Ultra Polymerization, which is pretty fun. They're kind of a tough deck to use. I don't feel like I was fully versed enough to really give you advice, unfortunately. Now, if you want to talk about synchro decks, then or other dragons and not plant dragons, and I'm more your guy. I can answer that one more. Not so much Predaplant. Apologies. Mystic Mine. Oh boy, this card. I am... If there's any card I was happy that I wasn't playing Yu-Gi-Oh! During, it's this one. Yeah. Oh boy. Didn't it take like 4 years before this thing got banned? Like, this thing was like available for a long time. It took way too long for this thing to get banned. Which to me is extra crazy, because I'm not sure how you have a card like this that's so obviously just not fun. Let's see, when did it come out? Came out in 2019. When was it banned? Banned in 2022 to 2020. Yeah, 2022 in TCG, 2021 OCG. So yeah, about two or 3 years, depending. Jeez. Yeah, next. I don't want to look at this card anymore. This card is evil. Speaking of evil, Prime Evil, Planet Pellerino. Good old Tearlaments. Again, Master Duel handled Tearlaments. Yeah, what about Odd Eyes? Okay, so Odd Eyes, Pendulum Slop, I'm a bit more of a guy. Odd Eyes... really depends on Pendulum... yeah, okay, so you want like 3 big, what are they? Arc Rebellions, you want 3... Let me get you the other guys. Odd Eyes has a bit of variance now that those new Pendulum cards came out too. I still haven't made the new Pendulum Edition cards. Pendulum Slop is like pretty accessible to kind of freeform. But yeah, I would say, what is it? Yeah, Odd Eyes Revolution, and where's the big guy? Yeah, Odd Eyes Arc Pendulum Dragon. Those are your main guys. Those are the main guys you're going for. And I'm gonna be real, like I said, like the main thing with Odd Eyes compared to a lot of other Pendulum decks is you're a bit more open because of the like interconnectedness of the Pendulum archetypes, especially the Odd Eyes. You're pretty free. They have easy like 7 access, right? They have pretty good overall extra deck access because if you mix them with the Pendulum Magicians, you can use things. And the Performer Pals, of course, right? You have access to things like Skullcrobat Joker, like Odd Eye Synchron. I'm gonna be real. Honestly, like, I can't like give you an exact like number of anything. I'd say this is more of a like, you really need to just try this deck out and find what you're comfortable with. I think what's most commonly run nowadays is people tend to mix them with Kashtira because of the 7 access. So that's a thing you can do. Clearwing, Starving Venom, and Rebellion. Okay, so Starving Venom, you almost always want in like virtually every Pendulum deck. Like, unless your Pendulum deck like just doesn't need it. If your deck can use Starving Venom, use Starving Venom. Starving Venom is immense like versatility that the decks can use it. That it gives to the decks that can use it. I had a replay in my previous video where I went over replays on my channel. I won using Starving Venom's Mimic effect, because that Mimic effect, you don't just need it to OTK or FTK, right? Like, you have one, and it's really good, but you can use it for a ton of things. It's a very versatile card that I'd recommend virtually all the time. Now, the other two, on the other hand, Clearwing isn't as useful because there's just better synchros you could be making even in entire Pendulum piles. And Rebellion is fine, but the same problem kind of arises. There's better Xyzs to be making, and there's not that many Xyzs you're typically running in Pendulum decks, or Rebellion at least. Except for the big ones, the 7 ones that you can climb to OTK, those are pretty good. For Odd Eyes in particular, those are pretty good. I'd say, yeah, the Odd Eyes Rebellion guys for stacking for the OTK is great. Starving Venom is great. Clearwing is a bit iffy. Clearwing you can avoid. You really need something specific to want to use Clearwing. But yeah, Supreme King Dragon, Starving Venom, absolutely. you absolutely want to use this card. It is considered a must run in both Odd Eyes and in Pendulum Magicians. That being said, yeah, Pellerino. Yeah, I'm gonna be real. I know I've been pretty negative towards Tier Limit this entire time. But I gotta be honest, Gray, I agree with you. I think this card at 1 is fine. Again, Master Duel handled Tier Limits' nerfs differently. Still. But I think this card at 1 is fine, honestly. You know what helps? It helps that this is one of the few Tier Limit cards that doesn't have an effect when it's milled to the grave. I think that is one of the things that makes it more tolerable to me when it's a one-of. That being said, you can still... the recyclers are still available. Do the recyclers hit spells? Yeah, with Merly gone, yeah, it's hard to recover. So yeah, like, Pellerino, honestly... Yeah, I think Pellerino is fine. I honestly, at 1, I think it's fine. I think it's a fine... Like, if the deck is basically going, let's go gambling anyway... I think the fact that they can get rid of a consistency piece that they cannot easily recover, unlike the other spells and traps that they have, is kind of a good thing. Only using Clear Wing to summon its Odd Eyes form. Yeah, that's not a terrible idea. But, you know, it's just that there's, like, for Clear Wing in particular, right? The main thing that makes it, like, tougher to use is just the fact that there are easier synchros to make in Odd Eyes Pendulum Soup. Monadium only has 2 field spells because of Pearly-Gone. Yeah, that sucks. I always want to get around to doing Monadium, but I always get, like, distracted by other things. Yeah, honestly, Pellerino, I'm gonna be real. This is one of few, but it's the one field spell I think I'm fine with. Or it's the one Tier Limit card I think I can tolerate. Hey, back! We're still talking about a bunch of band cards. We're in spells now. We're in the spells and the URs, but there's not that many non... Need to make the rank up spell for the Xyz route for Odd Eyes. No, the Xyz Odd Eyes... hold on. There's one of them in particular that's... Well, 2. Well, 3. There's Odd Eyes Absolute, because... when he's sent to the grave, you can get Odd Eyes Vortex, and then you can use Vortex for an Omni, right? And then there's Odd Eyes Rebellion XC, and then there's Odd Eyes Rebellion Dragon Overlord and Rebellion Dragon. I'm not, like, glancing right now, but one of those has an effect where you can stack it on top of the other, and then it can attack, I believe, to the number of materials it has. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. Let me just double check that, because I use these in Endymion, because Endymion also has, like, good 7 access. So I use these cards in Endymion. That's how I know them. I've never made an Odd Eyes deck, but I was familiar with the cards because Endymion also has 7 access, so. Let's see. Still make them just in case I need them. Yeah. That's the fun part of Yu-Gi-Oh, right? Like, how much of your extra deck space are you devoting to your core strategy, and how much are you devoting to your main win condition, right? Like, how, or to your backups. The main thing about the Odd Eyes Rebellion thing is that they're like a really easy OTK enabler for Odd Eyes. That's one of the best things about them. Which is why I said they're pretty good, right? Clearwing, the issue with Clearwing, right, is that generally speaking, if you can make an 8, you can probably make a 10, and if you can make a 10, you can probably make Baron. And it's really easy to make a 10 synchro in Odd Eyes and in Pendulum Magician, because Harmonizing Magician and Oath Dragon Magician exist. Not to mention, again, all your key cards are 7, so if you have, like, I don't know, Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, and you haven't used your normal yet, which this is a Pendulum deck, so that's kind of rare, you have easy 10 access to that as well. That's basically what it comes down to. It's not that those options, that the synchro option in that case is bad, it's just that there's better things you could be doing with essentially the same cards. But the XEs are good. The XEs are good, and Starving Venom is good. Yeah, the particular XEs you use, if I remember correctly, are Odd Eyes Absolute Dragon, because you essentially send it to the graveyard in the middle of the combo in order to get Odd Eyes Vortex Dragon. There's Odd Eyes Rebellion XE Dragon, and that one is like an OTK enabler. But then there's also Rebellion Dragon Overlord, which is a different option. All pretty solid options, I'm gonna be real. Although, that being said, Overlord and Rebellion XE do essentially the same thing. Like I said, I'm not the best for Odd Eyes in particular. I'm not sure which one of these options is more efficient for them to use in order to cut down on deck space and have better utility for other things, but I'd say, you know, try them out, see how it goes. Yeah. Where were we? Palorino. Card of Safe Return. When a monster is special summoned from your graveyard, except during damage step, you can draw 1 card. Who thought this was... Again, this is a card that was banned forever ago. This card was banned before my brothers were born. I can only imagine. And it's a continuous card. It stays on the field. Who made this thing continuous? Holy shit. Oh, wait. Come to think of it, fun fact. If I remember correctly, I'm going to double check this just so I don't feel like an idiot. I'll probably feel like an idiot anyway, but I'll check anyways. Because if I recall correctly, the anime version was even crazy. Yeah, the anime... Yeah, the anime version is the same effect, except it's draw 3 instead of draw 1. Those motherfuckers really be doing anything for the plot, huh? Yeah, draw 3. I'm gonna draw 3 every time I revive something from grave. Are you on crack? But you can't use it during the damage. Yeah. Oh no! My Tenpai combo is going to be ruined. I can't draw when I summon and do the Biden blast. Who fucking cares? Who fucking cares? Yeah, this card is fucking crazy. Oh boy. Mass Driver. Tribute one monster on your side of the field. Inflict 400 points of damage to your opponent's life points. Okay, so I wasn't killed by this, something like this in the newer games, but I have been killed by this in like the older video games. Dude. This card makes me sad. This card makes me very sad. And the worst part is, there's like a bunch of them, and like, if I remember correctly, like only some of them are banned, and like some of them aren't, and it's almost completely random which ones aren't. I think almost all the spell ones are banned, but I think the monster ones aren't. I gotta check that. Let's see. So that one's there. Cause yeah, there's some fuckery. Okay, yeah. So we'll see a few of these later down the line. But yeah, I mentioned this before. This card's essentially just a big old FTK driver. I mentioned before that having bodies isn't enough, right? You need something to do with them. This is that something. This is that something that makes a bunch of bodies go from not that threatening to, oh crap. And again, this is a card that was like banned before Link Monsters, banned before we've really gotten special summon crazy. This stuff was banned because of like Frog FTK, which is hysterical to think about, but it makes sense. I'm gonna be real. Set rotation. Set 2 field spells with different names from your deck onto the field. While either of those cards remain set, neither player can activate or set other field spells. Okay, listen. If terraforming is banned, this also has to be banned. I get that it's harder to use, but it's not that much harder to use. Especially because it's a quick play. Honestly, the fact that it's a quick play makes it kind of like worse, because if you don't use field spells, you can probably use it to like fuck with your opponent's field spell. I would hate if I was like playing Centurion and then someone fucking gets rid of my stand-up with like Umi for Shisegu. Like, I'd be sad. I would be a very sad boy. Oh man. Time Seal. Skip the draw phase of your opponent's next turn. I'm almost certain this card is like at like free in other in our other guys. Yeah, it's at 3 in TCD. Let it out. Just let it out. What are we gonna do? Fucking transaction rollback to Time Seal? Like there's not better things they could be doing with it. Bro, not to mention, I'm gonna be real. Bro, when I'm going up against Labyrinth and I see that fucking simultaneous equation cannon, I'm more upset that I see that. Oh, and fucking Karma Cannon. I hate Karma Cannon. I think I would rather see Time Seal, because at least it's funnier. At least it's like, well, that's the silliest way I've ever lost a duel before. Good job. They're not gonna be using this. No one's gonna be using this, except for silly. Who's gonna use this? The duel logs? That's it. No one else is gonna be using this. Last turn. Didn't this card get eroded? Card can only be activated during your opponent's turn. When your life points are 1,000 or less, select a monster on the side of the field, send all of their cards on the field to their respective owner's hands. After that, your opponent selects one, special summons one. Your opponent selects one, special summons one. Yeah. Players who's... Yeah. Oh, yeah. No. Wait. Hold on. Wait. No. This isn't the eroded version. I think. Is it? Is it not? Hold on. I feel stupid. I mean, it's banned regardless in OCG TCG. That being said, I think for Master Duel... yeah, this card's a bit too sacky for a best of one. I think it's fine to keep it banned, even if this isn't the eroded version. Granted, that's a crazy condition, but it's been done before cards were what they were now. Sixth Sense. Declare two numbers from 1 to 6. Your opponent rolls a 6-sided die. If the result is one of the numbers you declared, draw that many cards. Otherwise, mill that many cards. People have said it before, and there's only been a handful of circumstances where this isn't true. You pretty much always say 5 and 6. You always say 5 and 6. You either draw 5 and 6, or you mill 5 and 6. And it being a trap, I'm gonna be real, really doesn't mean anything. This is a card that's yeah, you can leave it. Although that being said, I think it took... No, I think this card has a really funny ban history. I think it was available for 2 weeks or something. I gotta double check. Let's see. Sixth Sense. Yeah, it came out in 2013. It was limited to 1 the next day and banned on New Year's. And that was the TCG launch, right? The OCG launch, it was banned earlier because this is an old card. This card originally came out in 2003. This is an old card. In the OCG, it was banned 2 years later in 2005, before crazy shit happened with our cards. In the TCG, it was available for a day at 3, and then didn't even survive the year. I don't even know what to say. This card, I don't think I need to explain this one. This is one of those ones where it's just oh wow. This is bad. This is very bad. Oh, and it's not once per turn. Granted, this card was limited for most of its life, aside from when it was banned. So there's that too. So it not being once per turn is kind of a non-issue, I suppose. Oh boy. Magical Explosion. Activate while you have no cards in your hand. Inflict 200 damage to your opponent for each spell card in your grave card. I'm pretty sure this one is banned for a long time. But that being said, Sky Striker exists now. I don't want to have the thought of having to put up with Sky Striker having this card. I'm good. It's currently at 1 in the TCG. So you know what? It's banned in OCG, at 1 in TCG, banned in Master Duel. Okay, so this one's a lot harder than spamming monsters. Because you essentially need to dedicate your deck to spamming a bunch of trash spells. Like I said, there's Sky Striker. Sky Striker doesn't just spam trash spells. It has spells that it is like intentionally using and filling their grave with. I don't know about this one, dog. Yeah, this one I'm iffy on. I don't like this. I don't like it. That's my feeling on it. I don't like it. I don't like it, not at all. Let's see, it was limited in 2010 in the TCG, so around the middle of the Synchro era. Which, if it was bad enough back then to get limited, and still be limited, yeah, this is another card where it's just like, because this is a best of one, this feels like terrible to lose against. But it's also, like, really specific. Although, like... Actually, wait, no, hold on. I just realized that grass looks greener is at 1. You can't... If this card's at 1, you can't have this card with grass, I don't think. But would you be willing to run just, like, a 60-card, like, horseshit pile just to use... yes. Actually, yeah. You know what? Yeah, I could probably stay banned. Life Equalizer. Activate only when the difference between both players' life points is 8,000 or more. Both players' life points become 3,000. Yeah, this card was used for a bunch of burn horse shit. What's the card that excavates until you get a specific level or something? Reasoning. Reasoning is your opponent has to call a level and you mill until you get a monster. And then or a normal summonable monster. That's a key thing. Yeah, Reasoning would also just flood the... Yeah. Yeah. You could also Reasoning. God, I always forget that card exists too. I'm gonna be real. That's a card that I want banned, because every time I see it, it's never being used for good things. Although, as weird as it is, I don't mind it in Paleozoic. I don't know. I find Paleozoic stall to be kind of fun to deal with. Any other time I see Reasoning, I'm like, oh boy. The sweat starts dripping from my head and it feels not good. Yeah, that being said, Life Equalizer was almost, if I recall correctly, almost exclusively used with burn cards. Literally just set our life points and burn us to death way easier than anything else. Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah, I agree. If Reasoning had the same restriction that Grass did, I think I'd like that. Although, of course, one could argue that, you know, you could just ban Reasoning and then make a new card that is Reasoning with a new effect. Because I know a lot of people don't like erratas in Yu-Gi-Oh! When you can essentially make a new card. But either way, yeah, I think if it had that restriction, I think I'd enjoy it a lot more. Ultimate Offering. Or you can unban Pillarino. During your main phase or your opponent's battle phase, pay 500 life points, normal summon or set one monster. Yeah. I'm gonna be real. I think this is a try it at 1. Because I'm pretty sure it's available at 1 everywhere else, and it's doing fine. Oh no, never mind. It's still banned. I could have sworn this is, like, available everywhere else. Huh. See, it being banned everywhere else, like, kind of shifts my perspective, you know? Nah, I still think this is a try it at 1. I think a 1 of not easily searchable because it's continuous. Continuous traps aren't as easily accessible as like normal traps are. Or counter traps for that matter. Imagine activating Max C, drawing into Vanity, using this card to normal summon. Yeah, I would be sad. Yeah, this is definitely a shotgun style card. I think the main thing that like stops it from being as absurd is the fact that it is a trap. The fact that you do have to wait to like actually start accumulating advantage from it is kind of big.
I'm interested in this.
Oh, thank you. Not gonna lie, every time I hear Robert Belgrade whisper into my ear that he's interested in this, I get a little shook. Yeah, I feel like this is a very like of all the cards I've said try it at 1, this is the one where I'm the least secure on that feeling. Because I absolutely can see how it can get absurd. But I think it's enough of a disadvantage where it won't matter. But that's the lowest I'm sure this entire time. That's absolutely the lowest I'm sure this entire time. Imperial Order. This is the nerfed version, and it still got banned. This is the only card in Yu-Gi-Oh's history to be banned, errataed, and banned again. Dude, True Draco? Dude, anything running this would be absurd. This card is insane. And again, this is the nerfed version. Yeah, because before, the life point payment was optional. It was optional, and if you didn't pay it, it would just destroy. Meaning, you could just use it and then not pay it on your turn, and then you'd have all your spells and traps again. And that was still too broken. I don't know what else they were expecting. It's not like every other card that says you can't use insert card here has been ridiculous. Oh, man. Also, not to mention, this is, like, really important, especially in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Again, I really appreciate the fact that I, like, read through forums and stuff, because it also brings, like, more perspective. Dude, the amount of, like... This shuts off board breakers. Because now, like, realistically speaking, the only board breaker you could potentially use against a certain game state is, like, what, evenly matched? And if your opponent has an Omni to turn off evenly matched and you don't have more copies of it in your hand, or what, Red Reboot, you need a... You basically need those. If you don't have those, this turns off so much. Royal Oppression, I gotta say, of all like old school Yu-Gi-Oh artwork, this one's one of my favorites because these are some fugly looking, ugly motherfucking dank ass, sulking ass, Never seen no sunlight ass motherfuckers. Oh my god! I know they're being oppressed, but holy shit, go outside! Anyway, Royal Oppression. Either player can pay 800 life points to negate the special summon of a monster. Or an effect that special summons a monster and destroy it. Do you want to play a game of chicken with your opponent? Do you want to set up an entire board and then flip this up and then just pay life points so that your opponent can actually play the game on top of all your other Omni Negates? Again, this is a card that only gets better with age, and it was already banned before, like, extra deck summoning became more fruitful and more common. That's, like, one of the funniest things about specifically, like, the banned spells and traps. Most of the banned spells and traps were, like, banned during or before the Synchro era. Let's see, yeah. Royal Oppression. I feel like they only printed these cards for lore. Yeah, the oppressed people, people running about, Huge Revolution. Like, yeah, those cards, like, the lore of those cards is absolutely cool. And, you know, Huge Revolution is a fucking insane way to, like, win a game. It's, like, never gonna happen, but it is fun. It's definitely, like, a lore thing, right? It's a cool lore thing. But, yeah. Let's see, when was this card banned? Yep, during the middle of the Synchro era, 2011. Or that was just when it was ending. That was, like, right the next year was when Xyz were coming out. Is when this card was banned, so yeah. And yeah, right then and there, that's when extra deck started to become, like, a lot more important. Yeah, Oppression. Can't have Royal Oppression if you're gonna have, you know, the extra deck be a thing. And mind you, this is any special summon. It's not just from the extra deck. It's any. Like, what are the potential odds that, like, through negates, through board breakers, through hand traps, and through 9 special summon negates, potentially, could you still even possibly manage to scrounge up a board? And it's not happening. It's not happening. We're almost done with the URs. Speaking of vanities, not the monster, but the trap. Vanity's emptiness. Neither player can special summon. If a card is sent from deck or field to graveyard, destroy this card. Okay, so. Lava Golem and stun. So yeah, this card is evil. That being said, I think there's a wider array of spells and traps and things that go to grave that could potentially stop this now than there were back then. That being said, this card is absolutely fucking evil and I absolutely do not want it back. I just think it's a bit easier to deal with nowadays than it was. But it is still banned everywhere, and we should probably keep it that way. Oh, also obligatory. I think this is one of the first censored cards we've had. Yeah, Vanity's Emptiness. You don't see his, like, whole body. He's just cloak. His body used to be there. You used to see his, like, his chest and his legs and stuff. But it's gone now because I guess, I don't know, it made him look naked, even though he's, like, wearing a red jumpsuit. So, like, he wasn't naked. We can see his skin. We can see his skin. He's wearing a mask right here. We can see his skin. I don't know. Yu-Gi-Oh! Censorship is weird, but we're not here to talk about censorship today. We're here to talk about banned cards. We have cleared the URs. Time for the SRs. There's not that many cards left, to be quite honest. Phoenician Cluster Amaryllis. This card is basically almost always used with nothing but FTKs. This card is just an FTK enabler, that's it. Okay. Now, I try my best not to be a dick rider. And this is the Adamancipator fan in me speaking. Block Dragon could absolutely come back. If we're going to have tier limit be in the state that it's in, where you're rolling the die and hoping for the best, I see no reason why Adamancipator can't also be like that. It makes no sense to me to have one deck that is essentially rolling the high life, and then have another deck that does virtually the same thing, but say no to one and not completely the other. Now, Block Dragon, and I know this is absolutely biased talking, because Adamancipator was one of the first decks I made when I started playing Master Duel. It was Sword Soul, Dragon Link, Adamancipator. Those are like my three go-tos, and then I started to branch off. I went into more different dragon things, Blue Eyes, Pendulum Magicians, and, Punk and other synchro engines and so on and so forth. I'm gonna be completely honest. Block Dragon's not that bad. It's really not. Like, if we're going to allow casino tier, for lack of a better term, I really don't see why we can't allow Block Dragon. I really don't. Because Adamancipator is the only deck that's really going to be using this, because it's not like other rock decks are really going to be popular. Until, let's see, I think the Gem Knight's like, what, new support, maybe? And that's way down the line, at least in Master Duel. Yeah, I'm not seeing the vision. I think this could, at the very minimum, it's at 1 in the OCG, it's banned in the TCG. I think this card could be at 1 and be fine. I'm gonna be real. I know this card's strong, but being strong isn't necessarily it's not it. Cannon Soldier Mark II. Oh look, another FTK enabler who just tributes a bajillion guys, and then you die. Blackwing, Gofu, the Vague Shadow. This is always one of the funniest looking Blackwings to me. This thing is devious looking, man. Like, that the Blackwings are afraid of this guy when they have him chained up. Bro, this guy has a mouth in his mouth like a fucking xenomorph. This thing is evil. Keep him locked up. Keep him away. He's horrifying. Don't let him out. Now, that being said, the actual effect, this is another token generator that was banned during the early Link era. Yeah, he's making tornadoes while locked up. And I don't see Link here with a bow ready to shoot into the eye of the storm in order to get him to stop making tornadoes. So, if that's what he does locked up, I don't want to see what he does free. Bro, he's a Blackwing that doesn't even have black wings. That's how you know they don't trust him. His wings aren't even black. Oh, man. But yeah, like I said, This is another token generator, and tokens are useful, and a lot of the key things that token generators were used for during the early Link era are no longer around. I'm just as iffy with this thing being free as I am the other token generators. I don't really know how to feel about this one. Let me check its status everywhere else. No, it's banned everywhere else. Yeah, that's probably for the best. Yeah, we can probably leave them. Tokens are such a hard thing to, like, balance and design around in Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, it wasn't that bad, but then, like, the moment Link Monsters came out, and it was a lot easier to translate tokens into advantage, that kind of changed a lot. Changed a lot. Oh, boy. Oh, look. Cannon Soldier, Amazon Archer, and Toon Cannon Soldier. Once again, all tributors that tribute guys and do burn damage. Yeah, once again, these guys can all be banned. They can all stay. They can all stay away. Please, leave them alone. Barrier Statue of the Storm wins. I fucking hate Flu. I don't know where Flu would rank in my least favorite decks to fight against, but they're top 3 without question. And yeah, the main issue and the reason that this was banned as opposed to the other barrier statues is that the other barrier statues are not as easy to get out during your opponent's turn. Flu can establish their board during either player's turn and make this. That's the thing that really tips it over the edge. Because if they don't make it during their turn, they can just make it during your turn. Every other barrier statue, you have to get it on the board during your turn if you really want to utilize it. They're not as accessible as this one was, because Samorg exists. And Flu realistically doesn't care about its extra deck. They don't really care about, like, having just that just for this. That's the thing that made this go from, like, fine, in really big quotations, just like the other barrier statues, to ridiculous. It was way too easily summonable. Especially, like, as an interruption. That's the key part, right? Because the other ones are summonable too, right? Like, you can use, like, Gallant Granite to get the Earth statue, right? You can get to the water one during, like, a Marincess combo. But you can't do either of those during your opponent's turn. This thing you can. Agido! Leave these motherfuckers in the Shadow Realm to never be seen again. If these things never see daylight again, it will be too soon. Jaugen. Oh boy, another special summon stop. That being said, of the special summon stoppers, this one's probably one of the easier ones to deal with, because virtually any normal summon can get rid of this guy. But yeah. Yeah. Legal for too long. I don't think this one's as bad as the other you can't special summon X because of how weak it is, but I get it. I definitely get it. It's understandable. Again, just blanket special summon. Yeah, Moon Mirror is still around. Kaiser Coliseum's not around anymore. Yeah, it was just set this guy, Moon Mirror, now what? It's such a simple, efficient, effective combo, and now it's just like, well, I hope you use back row protection, or back row targeting in order to get rid of it, right? Which creates problems. It's especially a problem because, again, because of how Yu-Gi-Oh! Has trended over the years, so much of the power is concentrated on the monsters that if you could special summon a monster, you probably could get rid of the back row, right? But you can't have that if this guy just says no and he has an equip spell that makes it so you can't beat him either. Understandable. Fiber Jar. Each player shuffles all cards from their hand, field, and graveyard into the deck, then draw 5. Okay, so this card's mostly banned for logistical reasons during tournaments because it essentially extends game length by a ridiculous amount. That being said, it would be really funny to see someone try and win with this in time in Master Duel. But the same issue arises, right? You're essentially trying to win by, like, a meta decision and not necessarily your deck strategy, right? You're trying to win with rules outside of the game rather than the state of the game in and of itself, which never feels great. Also, this doesn't get rid of, this doesn't recycle banished cards. Just hand, field, and grave. So, like, if cards are banished enough that, you know, create a bit of a hole there, which might still end up creating some issues. But this is another card that's been banned forever, and I really don't see it coming back, mostly because of, again, the logistical reasons. It's not necessarily that this card is strong, it's that this card is a fucking nightmare if you're trying to do things in a timely manner. Wind Up Hunter. This is the hand loop one, right? You contribute a face of Wind Up, send a random card. Yep. It's like I said, leave the hand alone. No one fuck with the hand. Leave the hand alone. That being said, this card is available at 3 in the TCG. Hold on. My brother came in to check on me again. I usually don't stream for this long. I usually stream for about 2 or 3 hours. This is both my longest stream and the stream I've had the most viewers in. Oh yeah, Runic and Fiber Jar would be fucking obnoxious. Ew. Oh god, why'd you say that? Oh god, ew, 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 ew. That would be very... that's gross, yeah. I guess that's an actual, like, you know, game state way you could use it. That's not just, you know, time to stall for time. I played MD players too long. Yeah, fair. I always forget Runic is a thing until I run up against it. And then I'm like, oh crap, Runic. It's hit or miss whether I'm actually fine against them or not. But yeah, Wind Up Hunter is a hand looper, and hand loopers are very annoying. If I recall correctly, in the OCG and in Master Duel, they freed the extra deck wind-ups, but in the TCG they didn't, but this is available. Which is kind of interesting, because I think wind-ups can still do, like, pretty crazy stuff. Like, they're a pretty accessible engine of... Yeah, I was right. Yeah, Zen Mighty is still banned in TCG. They can still do a surprising amount. They're definitely one of those like infinite resource as MBT puts it. They're one of those cold fusion decks that can just put a bunch on board and get to a bunch of surprising game states. Yeah, I guess, if Master Duel freed the extra deck to allow the others and to allow the other wind-up strategies to be used. Honestly, I think that's the more fair decision. I think I'd prefer it be that way in the TCG too. I think I would prefer if, we ban this thing but allow wind-ups to do other stuff. I'm generally not a fan of completely killing an archetype unless it's absolutely necessary. And, Nose and Mighty really hurts wind-ups in TCG. But you don't run into them too often in OCG or Master Duel. When you do, they usually do some pretty creative stuff. And I would prefer if we rewarded those kinds of creativity rather than completely killing the deck as a strategy outright. Ibly. Oh boy, alright. Yeah, you really can't have this card around. I know they recently, freed the other nightmares. But I'm gonna be real, that was... Yeah, Ubel makes it really easy to make. Even before Ubel, this was always a tech choice in Cyber's piles. More so in Code Talker than the other variants. Like, more Mathmech centralized and more Ignister centralized ones didn't use this one as much. But Code Talker absolutely had the ways to grab it and use it in the middle of a combo. And... yeah, it's hard to deal with if your deck just doesn't play a convenient Link monster. And some decks just don't. They just don't. If you drop this on, Branded, they lose. You dropped it... what can I... Let's see, if I'm playing Centurion... I could use... I think Almirage? I'm pretty sure Almirage, you can make Almirage with this, right? Hold on. No, because Almirage needs to be summoned. Normal summoned, so you can't do that with Ibly. Lingaribo. Yeah, there's a couple of decks that could use that. Where's What's-Her-Face? She's not a spellcaster, so I can't use Artemis. Yeah, if you drop this on Centurion against me, I'm fucked. Unless I can get another monster on board and I can make a Silhouette Rabbit. If I could get at least one more monster, I can make Silhouette Rabbit with this. I can do that. If your deck uses SP, I think. Pretty sure SP is generic, right? Boop. Yeah, SP. If you can get another effect monster, you can make SP. That's still, not comfortable, I think is the best way to put it, right? This is still an immensely dangerous thing that absolutely kills certain decks, and then other decks need to find a funny way to work around. And with the Nightmares out, it only makes it, easier to, give it to your opponent and make it harder for them to do things to stop it. Substitute. Tribute a monster, special summon a frog. This was an FTK enabler. That being said, if I recall... yeah, it's currently at 1 in the TCG because they banned Ronin Tonin. So they basically switched which of the two Toads in that circumstance was the more dangerous one. I think I would prefer Substitute being banned. I think Ronin Tonin has a bit more use cases. That's not just FTK City, whereas Substitute doesn't. Like, at the end of the day, either or is fine, I suppose. I don't know. I think that's just how I feel about that one. I don't know. Mindmaster! You can pay 800 life points, tribute a psychic, except itself, to special summon a level 4 or lower psychic from your deck in face-up attack position. I would love this in Punk. That being said, I'm pretty sure this card was banned during Teledad, wasn't it? Where is he? There he is. Still banned to this day everywhere. Let's see, when was he banned? Boop. Let's see. Mindmaster came out in 2008, was limited in 2009, nearly a year from its release, banned in 2011, so banned at the tail end of the Synchro era. Let's see, there's... okay, no wait, hold on, I just realized. If emergency teleport is a thing, you can't have this. So it's either ban emergency teleport or ban this. Yeah, ban this. That's fair. Fair enough. Alright, next. Yep, we're still going. We have, what is that? 6, 12, 18, 24 cards left. Yep. We have 24 cards left, and, yeah. This has been my longest stream I've done. Yeah. This is my longest stream, and this has been the stream I've had the most, viewers. I wish that I could have the Twitch metrics on top of the YouTube metrics, but the Twitch metrics won't show up for me. Because I'm using YouTube as the base. But I'll find out when Streamlabs sends me the stream report how many Twitch viewers there were. There's also the video, this will now just be the video on my channel with the most views, just talking about banned cards. I gotta remember to change the title after this, of just us talking about banned cards. And by us, I mean like mostly me, but you know. Y'all are helping. I appreciate the audience I do have. Let me get a drink before we move on to our last rows here. Yeah. The longer you go, the more eyes you get. That and scheduling. I got the scheduling thing, and like I said, my average stream time is around like 2 to 3 hours. It's mostly just, you know, like any streaming schedule, hoping people show up. On to our next banned card, Fishborg Blaster. If you control a face-up level 3 or lower water monster, you can discard a card, special summon this card from your graveyard. If this card is a synchro uses a synchro material, all other synchro materials must be water. This card was banned during the synchro era. During the synchro era. This card was made before links were a thing. That being said, I really appreciate the Fishborg archetype. They're such funny dudes. It's literally like hyper-intelligent fish in like globes that control mechs. That's so silly. I love it. I love it so much. It is so goofy and so stupid, but I absolutely love it. But yeah, this card, all you need to do is leave a level 3 or lower water monster, and then you can just discard a card, special summon this guy repeatedly. Yeah, I mean, you're limited by the cards in your hand, but you're still getting a good number of guys on board for one guy, not including the other guys you're summoning. Yeah, it's understandable. Speaking of understandable, and another card that was not future-proofed, because they wouldn't know, of course, Level Leader. If this card's in your graveyard, target a level 5 or higher monster, reduce its level by 1, special summon this card. Can't be tributed. Who cares about that? No one. Bro, this card is Link Fodder, the card. Also not once per turn. Yeah. Literally, you can just make an army of guys repeatedly if you got a guy enough times. This also doesn't say it has to be a different monster you target. So if you have, like, I'm guessing, like let's say a level 8 guy, you could use Level Eater, I'm pretty sure, 3 times. And just bring him back. And then do it again. And then bring him back. And then do it again. Yeah, that's stupid. It's such a goofy card. It looks like a fucking... Dude, no, you know what it looks like? It looks like one of the fucking bumpers in Casino Night Zone. It looks like Sonic is about to bump into it and get 500 points. That's a silly card. Yeah, leave him banned. Perform Mage Plush Fire. The funny part is, I don't think I need to talk about this one. I'm pretty sure this one is limited to 1 right now in, other places. And it's doing fine. Oh, no, it's at 3! It's completely free! Okay, so what would be the... Ow. Well, I hit my foot. What would be the main, like, differentiating factor between those states? The TCG and OCG don't have Electromite. I'm gonna be real. I don't think Electromite is a ban-worthy card to begin with. It definitely was during the height, but not anymore. Absolutely not anymore. I think Electromite and Plush Fire can come back. If you want to leave Electromite at 1, then sure. But Plush Fire is currently at 3 and doing nothing. So yeah, I'm pretty sure Plush Fire can come back. Bishboken! Leave this thing banned. Every time I have ever seen this card, whether used against me or in a video, it has been for nothing but dumb FTKs. This card is dumb. I played nothing but Master Duel, and because of that, I hate the TCG ban list so much. Yeah, it'd be like that sometimes. Granted, there's absolutely times where the Master Duel ban list has been, like, really silly. But I kind of... Yeah, I think overall, I like the Master Duel ban list the most, but also, I don't play paper, so I don't have the experience of the card pool difference between those states. That being said, I know several of the decks I enjoy wouldn't be possible in paper because of the TCG bans, so I guess if anything, I could say that much. But yeah, I do like Master Duel. I know a lot of people, you know, like I said, I myself also like wonder what they're doing when they're banning and unbanning things sometimes. I think the main thing with Master Duel is they tend to be a bit slower with their bans and unbans. When they don't really have to be, right? I think that's probably the main thing. But yeah, Bishboken, yeah, he can stay far, far away. No, it's funny. He's free in TCG and OCG, so which makes me, again, wonder what the main difference is between those states. Let's see. Bow, 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 bow. Apparently its most common usage in TCG and OCG is in some Monadium list. Which again makes me wonder what the main difference is. sure what the difference is, right? So this is a funky card. Let me, Yeah, because, generally speaking, how FTKs with this card work is you typically get this card on the board. You have something that either does burn damage equal to its attack, and it gets a bunch of attack because it makes a bunch of tokens, or you like pop all the things on the board and do damage based on the things on the board. Either way, I think, honestly, come to think of it, in Master Duel, because it's best of one, I think I understand why it's banned here and not in the TCG and OCG, because it's a lot easier to side against this card in TCG and OCG. Those rounds 2 and 3 help out a lot. Number 89, Diablosis the Mind Hacker. This is the thing that pushed Kashtira over the edge. I am happy it's banned, as cool as it is. Yeah. That being said, if I recall, yeah, it's available in the OCG, but the OCG hit Kashtira differently than TCG and Master Duel. Like, Fenrir is banned over there, Wraith Soft is still at 1, Unicorn is still at 1, Tier Limit Kashtira is still at 1. Interestingly, Arise Heart is available at 3. He's at 3 in Master Duel as well, but not in TCG. He's banned in TCG. But again, I don't find Kashtira that annoying to deal with anymore. I think it was literally just this card that pushed it over the edge, because this card is like, what is it? Like, what, 3 banishes a turn? Yeah, Detector Material, banish, end of battle phase, banish, and then if a card is banished, you can banish, yeah. Yeah, the TCG ban list tends to be a lot more nuclear, I guess is the best way to put it, right? They tend to kill the strategy outright, rather than what the OCG and Master Duel do, which is to, like, progressively chip away at it. I much prefer the progressively chip away at it. I don't like killing a core strategy or an entire deck type unless like that deck type is literally just too powerful and is too over-centralizing. Yeah, Kashtira doesn't need Arise Heart to lock all the monster zones, but more importantly, like, Arise Heart and, like, Big Bang is, like, an interesting combo to deal with, right? It's a much more interesting game state to try and defend and stop than just, oh, we're gonna lock all your zones because we have Diablosis, and Diablosis banishes 3 times, which means we banish 3 zones a turn. Come to think of it, was Big Bang ever banned? I gotta check that now. Or not Big Bang, Shangri-Era, I bet. I don't think Shangri-Era was ever actually, like, on the list. Let me see. Big Bang is the trap card they have. Yeah, no, Shangri-Era was never hit on the list. So yeah. And yeah, Shangri-Era is annoying, but Shangri-Era needs something in order to actually trigger its effect, right? Shangri-Era by itself is not dangerous enough. Right? Something like Arise Heart, like, helps facilitate Shangri-Era at a much healthier pace. Diablosis, like, turbos the zone locking. Diablosis makes it go from, this is tolerable, to, I can't play. This is the card that makes it go into overdrive. This thing can stay away. Metamorphosis. Tribute 1 monster. Special summon a fusion from your extra deck with the same level. Are you on crack? Dude, I realized a lot of the spells that cheat out fusion monsters specifically tend to be the more busted ones. It's probably because they're the oldest ones, but that's just really funny to think about. But yeah, this is not okay. Now, granted, this does not treat it as a fusion summon, so there's that restriction that we went over before, but that hasn't stopped any of the previous cards from being banned. So, oh well. Card of Demise. Draw until you have 3 cards in your hand. For the rest of this turn, after the card resolves, your opponent takes no damage. During the end phase, send your entire hand to grave. You can only activate once per turn. You cannot special summon the turn you activate this card. I have very mixed feelings about this card. So, with True Draco now having Masterpiece again, I think it's safe to keep this banned. Before that, however, what was... like, True Draco in and of itself is annoying, absolutely. But they're never really that kind of card. This is a card that's almost always used in more control-based strategies because they very rarely special summon. Let's see. It's at 1 in the TCG and at 3 in the OCG. Let's see. Mostly used in Stun, Runic Stun, and True Draco. Yeah. Yeah, this would be kind of annoying in Runic. But, you know, they kind of have enough of other things that they deal with. This is like a non-issue in Runic too, because you can either set all your cards and you don't care, and then, or you can just intentionally send them to the grave to like recycle different cards at the end of your turn anyways. Honestly, it's pretty creative use in Runic. You also can't use it during your first turn, because you gotta summon Hugin in order to get your field spell, so you can't use it during your first turn. It's only useful during grind games. Yeah, this card's fine at 1. I'll be real. I think this card's fine at 1. Even with True Draco. Even with Masterpiece out, I think it's fine at 1. At the very least, we could give it a Master Duel try at 1, but True Draco's, I think, available in the other formats too, so... He's still banned in TCG, but he's at 2 in the OCG. There you go. Yeah. I don't see that much of an issue, because if they have Card of Demise, and if they have Masterpiece, and True Draco is still not doing anything, I don't really see an issue here. Granted, this is mostly due to the different philosophy between the OCG and the TCG, and Master Duel inherently, because of that, being a blend of the two, but I think it'd be fine. Soul Charge. Target any number of monsters in your graveyard. Special summon them. Lose 1,000 life points for each monster special summoned by this effect. Cannot conduct your battle phase the turn you activate this card. You can only activate 1 Soul Charge per turn. This needs to stay banned. 5,000 life points to revive 5. Yeah, yes please, sure. Go ahead. I don't care. 5,000 life points and I can essentially reset my board from whatever game state destroyed it in the first place. Again, this is a card that's like... I know the Dragon Rulers is what pushed this card into overdrive. Because I think it came out during like their rule. I don't think it was an old card. I'm pretty sure it came out during that era. Let me double check here. Yeah, 2014, yep. But it wasn't banned until 2019. So, this card was just chilling. And then the rulers, they just kept chipping away and then chipping away and then chipping away. And the rulers were still, like, too strong. And I'm gonna be real, I don't think a Revive 5 for 5,000 is such an insane comeback. This is like the top-deckiest top deck card of all time. Like, this card just instantly fixes your board state. Oh man, this card is crazy. Oh, new person. Hello, Arctic Angel. Dose. You're the second one. Pot of Prosperity. Yeah, remember I was talking about Pot of Greed? A worse version of it with more restrictions is still banned. I'm doing alright. We've been doing a pretty good stream. This has been my longest stream so far. With the most viewers, so that's good. Honestly, I wasn't expecting this stream to turn into a talk about the banned cards in Master Duel stream, but here we are. I don't mind. You'll get no arguing for me. I like Yu-Gi-Oh! So... Yeah, Pot of Prosperity, being able to intentionally, like, choose what you send, definitely has its use cases. Also, like, it's crazy to me that the main reason this was banned is because of Tenpai, because Tenpai can still kill through the halved damage. That was the main deciding factor with this card, is the fact that, like, it gave Tenpai way more consistency. And then they banned it. Then they hit Tenpai more. Tenpai is a bit more tolerable now that they only have one Tundra and one field spell. I would like to say I want this card back, but I don't think you can have this card and have Tenpai available. Like, Tenpai has to go if you want this to come back. Because honestly, I think the other pots are fine at 1. Right? They have their specific use cases, which makes them less generic than just straight up Pot of Greed. So it makes it so that you have to have a lot more deck building consideration when selecting which one you actually want to use. And I think that's what's missing from Pot of Greed in particular. Right? The fact that you need to have, like, a consideration about what you want if you're using these is, I think, the main thing that makes it, makes them tolerable as one-ofs. Butterfly Dagger Elma. The equipped monster gains 300... No one cares about that. When this card is destroyed and sent to grave while equipped, you can return this card to the hand. This is an infinite spell card, and even the old-ass FTK that got this card banned is, like, the least of our concerns nowadays. There's probably dumber things you can do with this card nowadays, I'm gonna be real. Infinite spell card usage is something, and it's a lot easier to send to the graveyard because of extra deck mechanics. Yay! That's great. Thanks for being interested in this, Arctic Angel. Number 2. So yeah, you essentially have an infinite spell card. There are many things you can do with an infinite spell card. Also, the fact that you can't, like, banish spells and traps as easily as you can monsters, because there's no called by equivalent for spells and traps, it's not gonna lie, I think would be pretty cool. Kind of hurts. That being said, I'm gonna be real. Even though I just said what I said, I think you can test the waters with this card. Because those infinite spell card scenarios are so once in a blue moon, so sacky, I honestly think you're good having it at 1. I think this can be a 1 of and be fine. I could always be wrong. But yeah, those old combos are not as efficient. And realistically, would the new combos be much better than setting up other infinite loops that we have access to? Like, we have, like, Telephon. You can infinite loop with Telephon. Yeah, I don't find the infinite loops as dangerous with this. Okay, hear me out. Oh, Lord. I get a drink for this. You have infinite pizza. Any toppings you want, you can have it at any time, alright? But it always burns the roof of your mouth. Once. Yeah, I'm too New York to say no to that. Give me the pizza. Like, if it can be whenever I want, I can just, like, take breaks in between the mouth burns. Or I could just say fuck it and go full hog. You never said how badly it burns your mouth, so you could, like, burn a particular section of your mouth that you, like, you could try to, like, go for, like, the far back so it does as minimal damage as possible, if it's only once per session, right? Now, if it burned the entire roof of your mouth every time, bad enough that it really hurts but never does permanent damage, yeah, I can be selective. I'm going with it. Give me the infinite pizza. I'm definitely taking the infinite pizza. Divine Sword Phoenix Blade. Equipped only to a warrior. It gains 300 attack, which no one cares about. During your main phase, if this card's in your graveyard, you can banish 2 warrior monsters. Add this card to your hand. Yeah. Once again, an infinite spell card. That being said, I kind of feel the same way about Elma that I do about this one. I think as a 1 of, it'd be fine. Let's see. Boop. It's currently available at 3 in the TCG, but I think that's because they don't have Isolde. I literally checked this like a bunch of times during this. You'd think I would have remembered. Yeah, Isolde's not available, so... Imagine trying to game the system, eat it cold, and then just get burned anyway. You get, like, a frostburn from it instead. Yeah, so... Essentially, the main thing that makes this card acceptable or not is Isolde. Like many warrior things. Yeah. Not to mention, as opposed to Elma, which needs to be destroyed in order to come back, this thing just needs to banish 2 warriors, so it's also way more accessible. And definitely has more use cases in its combo, which is why it got banned in the first place. Yeah, you could probably... This thing can probably still be banned. I don't think this thing being coming back is a good idea if Isolde is available. Man, those 2 really are the deciding factor between a lot of these equipped spells, aren't they? Mirage of Nightmare. First of all, I'll fucking say... Dude, old Yu-Gi-Oh! Art is fucking crazy. What is going on here? Everything about this artwork is like 5 ways past fucked. I love it. Once per turn, during your opponent's standby phase, draw until you have 4 cards in your hand. If you do, once during your next standby phase after that, randomly discard the same number of cards you drew, or your entire hand if you don't have enough cards. Yeah. A continuous spell Draw 4. Why do they keep making these? Dude, like, card a safe return was also continuous. This is fucking diabolical. Like, this is like... You better hope you have Ash Blossom. And then you better hope that your opponent doesn't do something that, like, stops the Ash Blossom. Oh boy. Our final 12 cards. Kaiser Coliseum. If there is one or more monster on the field of this card's controller, the opponent can't place more monsters than that. So if you only have one monster and you have this card on field, your opponent can only have one monster. Yeah, bad card, stay banned, Del plus ratio. Yeah, this card absolutely destroys game states. Just flat out kills them. Trap Dust Shoot. Activate only if your opponent has 4 or more cards in their hand. Look at your opponent's hand, select one monster in it, return it to the opponent's deck. Again, hand rips in Yu-Gi-Oh! Because of the individual strength of cards is very, very, very disruptive and destructive. The fact that this only targets monsters and they have to have 4 or more cards in their hand is like such a non-issue because hand traps are a thing. Of all the cards you're probably getting rid of from your opponent's hand, it's probably a hand trap. Or if, because this is a trap, let's say you use this at the end of, at the beginning of their turn, they just drew, you use this card, now you can take away a key combo piece. And even if you don't, you see what they have. Hand knowledge in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a lot stronger than it is in other card games. Once again, because the lack of resources means the immediacy of those cards is a lot more impactful than it is in other card games. So being able to disrupt the hand in such a way, even with the amount of restrictions that this card has, and its brother we will see future in a moment, is still enough to be banned everywhere. And it will probably stay that way. Self-destruct button. You can only activate this card while your life points are lower than your opponent's life points. And the difference is 7,000 or more. Both players' life points become 0. This card literally does nothing but create a draw. That is it. That is the only thing... The only thing this card does is make a draw game. Remember how I said Fiber Draw is banned for mostly logistical reasons? This card is very much the same. You know, I don't know why you said, like, DBZ, but drawn more realistically, and for whatever reason, in my brain, it was DBZ, except drawn by Rob Liefeld, which is way more horrifying than them being drawn realistically. I'm gonna be real. That popped in my head instead of that, so... Let's, I don't want to think about that anymore. I'm curious, when was Self-Destruct button banned? This had to have been banned, like, early, right? There's no way they allowed this card for more than, like, a handful of fucking, formats. It's currently free in the OCG, but it's banned in the TCG. Again, that's mostly an attitude thing. TCG players are abso-fucking-lutely going to use this just to fuck with people. Came out in 2004, was banned 10 years later in 2014. Yeah, so about some change into the XE era. Wonder if there was something specific that got it banned by then. Probably. Not to mention, it's really easy to activate because there's like a bunch of cards that you can use to like intentionally lower your life points that much. So it's not even like this card is hard to use. I understand the concept, because the concept is like your opponent like beats you down and you only have like a little bit of life points left, and then you can hit this button. I get that that's the idea they were trying to go for, but even when this card was released, you still had what was it, Wall of Revealing Light, where you could literally pay 7,000 life points immediately and then cause draws that way. So it's not like this card was fucking safe back then either. This card was always evil. Return from the different dimension. Pay half your life points. Special summon as many of your banished monsters as possible. Banish them again during the end phase. Okay, so like, I honestly think that this card at 1 could potentially come back. Its cost is higher than the spell card version, and it's only your monsters. So it's a lot harder to do some fuckery with, I feel. I think this is a test the waters at 1. Is this available in other formats? Time to check. It is... Nope, it's still banned everywhere. I get it. But honestly, I think... I'm sticking with Test the Waters. I think we could try this at 1 of, just to see what happens. I'm not saying... which, by the way, I absolutely wouldn't be surprised if it fucking... is still ridiculous, but... I don't know. I think part of me is like... Maybe. Oh, Ido, the Supreme Magical Force. He is literally only here because they don't want to ban Sanctifier. Remember we were talking about how the TCG has like dumb ban lists sometimes, and they have a tendency to not ban the problematic card, and they tend to ban cards that are around the problematic card? This is Master Duel doing that. Now, mind you, it's not like people weren't always trying to break these kinds of cards, because these kinds of cards have always been... Like, people have always been trying to utilize these. And just say, like, nah, you can't... We gotta find tricky ways to give this to your opponent, right? Dude, these kinds of effects are so hard to efficiently utilize ever. And then Sanctifier came out, and it was idiot-proof. Yeah, Master Duel, yeah, like, they really like their brand, which is surprised. You'd think they would have made a branded structure deck by now. Come to think of it, when was the last structure deck? The last structure deck was... What was it? Was it the Blue Eyes one? No. No, the Sword Soul one, technically, right? They need to make another one. Dude, I wish they'd come up with, like, one of those, like, about, like, every 3 months. Those are, like, really good for accessibility. I really like those. Plus, it's, like, an easy way to, like, get players multiple copies of, like, good cards. Would you rather have infinite Mountain Dew, Big Gulp, or every time you drink the water, the CEO of Nestle has a mini heart attack? Okay, so... My problem with this scenario isn't that the CEO of Nestle is going to have a heart attack. My problem is, it is not lethal enough to do serious damage, and if the next CEO is a good person, I don't want to hurt them just because I drank water. They can never end them, but it could be funny. That's not enough. That's not enough. That's the current CEO? Give me the water. Give me the water. Give me the water every time. Taking the water. Fuck Nestle. I swear, dude. Fucking Nestle's run by goddamn... Yeah. It's gonna be the best tasting water I've ever had in my life. Oh, speaking of, fun fact, there was actually a really funny incident that happened. The water company Fiji like ran an ad, and they were like, you know, Fiji, it's not from Cleveland. And then the city of Cleveland were so fucking upset at that they actually ran water tests, and Cleveland's tap water is literally better than Fiji. So then Fiji had to pull down that ad. That's one thing I will always appreciate about living in New York. Our fucking tap water is pretty damn good. Yep. So yeah. Poor old Ido. And likewise, poor old Gimmick Puppet Nightmare, because, again, this thing is realistically only banned because they don't want to ban Sanctifier. And I get it. Sanctifier looks cool. Sanctifier has interesting gameplay applications. No one uses Sanctifier for those reasons, unless you're like fucking April. Or that one player from Japan. Like, you know what would help? I think if the card said you could only summon dragons, I think that would fix a lot of the problem. Because you could still do the branded stuff that you want to do, and also not completely fuck over your opponent. I think if Sanctifier only worked with dragons, I think that would solve the problem. Because I do think Sanctifier is interesting, but as it is, it's not used for good reasons. Most of the time. Catapult Turtle is another tributing guy who just does nothing but big old tributes and tributes all the time. And now, time for our final couple of cards. We are almost done. Destiny Hero Celestial. This card was banned during around the earlier era of Master Duel because it was like the best card to use with Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer. It was like one of the best targets to use with Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer because it drew you 2 cards. I am very confident in saying that you could at least bring this card back to 1, considering Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer has fallen out of use for a long time. I think this card as a 1-of would be fine. Burger in your hand whenever you want it, but every time you want one, you have to watch a cow eat the most devious Touch of Death combo. Okay, I want to make something extraordinarily clear. I love cows. I love a lot of farm life. For whatever reason, farm animals have a special place in my heart that make me happier like no other animals can. Give me the burger. Listen, cows are in like my top 5 like favorite furry animal lists. I love cows. I love cows a lot. But Infinite Burger is Infinite Burger. Wait, hold on. I just realized, am I 5 hours and 40 minutes in, and that's like, is that just like, was that the horniest thing I've said all stream, other than like calling Dragon Maid Shio and House my wife? Bro, if I fucking get a burger and then out of nowhere some footage comes up of Akuma doing a raging demon. I talked about putting my dick in a dragon earlier. Did I? I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong, but I've been streaming for nearly 6 hours with a migraine. My memory is not great. I will take your word for it. Okay. So it's only the second horniest thing I've said this stream. Oh yeah, that's right. We were having that discussion. I'm like, yeah, you're not my dad. Yeah, I remember now. Yeah, you're right. No, well, hold on. I didn't bring up the fact that I would put my dick in it. That was you. You brought it up. If you didn't bring it up, I wouldn't have said anything. You were running off the implications there. Which, understandable. But you brought it up first. Listen, there's a fine line between sussery and horny on Maine. I was definitely treading that sussery, but I wasn't horny yet. Oh boy. Yeah, we already spoke about Gimmick Puppet Nightmare. Tearlaments Merly. I'm so tired of talking about Tearlaments this stream. Bring her back, but maybe with some restrictions. I love that that's the first time you've shown some restraint when it comes to Tearlaments. I'm like, what kind of restrictions would you apply to it though? Okay, so like, the TCG and the OCG have Kit Kalos banned instead of Merly. So, like, something else has to give, right? That's essentially what it comes down to. And, you know, I'm not enough of a Tearlament player to have the best idea of what would be the best hit that would still allow the deck to be functional, but also not completely ridiculous if going against it. But based on what the OCG and TCG have said, it's either you get Kit Kalos or you get Merly. You don't get both. Fusing 3 times a turn is kind of crazy, because if you were cracked, you could Rukalos, Kaleido Heart, and Window in one turn. Yeah. When you summon this card, I roll out from under your bed and Kidney Punch. Dude, I'm telling you, that would not have been enough. So, this card and the Tearlaments archetype is responsible for the most devious Tier 0 format in Yu-Gi-Oh's history. Twice wouldn't be enough. This card and the other Tearlament cards let you play, like, during the draw step. People were calling it turn 0 plays. That was a term that, like, basically didn't exist before this deck. And we mean, like, full boards. I mean entire monsters, like 3-4 boss monsters before you draw a card. Literal turn 1, draw a card, both players are fucking doing a DBZ fight with their graveyards. And yeah, Gray brings up the best point. Every time there's an event where everything is unbanned, Tearlament is literally always the winner. Because Tearlament can do anything. That's the worst part about them. It's not just that they're strong. It's not just that they can play during turn 0. It's that they're surprisingly versatile in the things they can do. Because they're essentially the game's greatest graveyard mill engine. And they have, like, the perfect set of numbers to be accessible for a bunch of things. They have easily accessible rank 4s. They have easily accessible, like, level 8s. Because Tearlament's Kashtira came out, they have that. They have an Omni-Negate. They have... Dude, these cards are just absurd. You get summoned from a pentagram and tongue kiss your grandma. You underestimate the value of victory in a Yu-Gi-Oh player's eyes. Especially a TCG player. Okay, that one that one I'm not sure. Dude, like, tier limit players will literally, and I do mean literally, like, if cut off their hand and give it to you as a cost to use these cards unrestricted again, dude. And again, the worst part is they just create a game state where if they're available like that, it's either use this. yeah. See, thank you. My point was verified. The worst part though is that they basically just create a use this card or use counters to this deck metagame, and that's the worst kind of metagame. Absorb all of them, maybe one with that power. I got bad news for you. That's literally what their boss monster is. That's what they do. Because I don't play Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm the only one who can be trusted with them. Dude, they'll find you. They will absolutely fucking find you. You, listen, people that love their Yu-Gi-Oh! Decks really love their Yu-Gi-Oh! Decks. People that love tier limits really fucking love tier limits. You're not fighting an uphill battle, you're fighting an up black hole battle. They need all the help they can get. Yeah, again, I'm not sure how you can deal with either Kit Kalos or Merly, one or the other, and then... And mind you, the other tier limits are fucking limited. They're either limited or semi-limited. Very few of them are like completely at 3. These cards are diabolical. And like I said, dude, these cards, when I was playing Master Duel, when these cards were at full power, that was unquestionably, unequivocally, undoubtedly the worst time I was playing Master Duel. That was the only time where I did not want to play Master Duel. Because, as I said before, like, as strong as Kashtira, yeah, there's not that many of the more commonly used ones that are, like, at full power in Master Duel. Let's see. Rhino Heart is at 3. The other fusions are at 3. So Rukalos and Kaleido Heart are at 3. Kit Kalos is at 1 in Master Duel. Kashtira is at 1. Shirin's at 2. Havnus is at 1. Suliek is at 1. Grief is free. Scream is free. Meta Noise is free. Heartbeat is free. Crime is free. And Pellerino is banned. So, and Merly is banned. Oh, and their other field spell that no one uses is also free. What does that other field spell do? Hold on, I gotta see that. Fusion summon a tier limit monsters you control gain 500 attack. If your Aqua tier limit is sent to grave by card effect, except during damage steps, specials send a level 4 or lower Aqua from deck to grave, but if you sent a non-tier limit for the rest of this turn, you can't activate cards with the effective cards of the same name. Oh, so it's just like an extra bill. Oh. Yeah. You can summon tier limit whenever you want, but a tall goth dragon mommy will never call you her little pogchamp. Bro, they don't need that. These are their waifus. They don't need the dragon goth mommies. They're fucking 10 tail fins down with the mermaid mommies, alright? They don't care about dragons. They do not care. Merly is... That's too far. Again. I've stared in their soul, and I've seen nothing but mermaids. I stared into the abyss, and the only thing that stared back was my graveyard getting shuffled back into my deck by the Ishizu Millers. that's basically what happened to the deck, right? In certain ways, it's still playable, sort of, is the best way I can put it. The best way that is described as the way the deck is played nowadays is, oh yeah, that's not excluding the newer cards like, yeah, Black Goat Last and Transaction Rollback would be even worse, which that fucking happened to me. I think a Lights One player fucking did that to me once, and I was like, oh, that, you meanie. But yeah, Tier is different. Tier's just fucking different, dude. Also, I don't know why you saying trans roll. Now I'm just imagining like a fucking, like a butter roll from like a bodega, but like the butter is like trans colored. And I'm be real, I kind of want a butter roll now. I can go for a trans butter roll. Alrighty, our last 3 cards. We're almost done. Butter roll made of trans people? No, butter roll made by trans people. I'm no bigot. I'll eat anyone. Soul Breaker Armor. No joke. Super Heavy Samurais got nerfed so fast in Master Duel, I actually don't remember what this thing does. Let's see. You can target a Super Heavy Samurai you control, equip this monster from your hand or field to that target. It loses 1,000 defense, can't be destroyed by battle. If this card is in your graveyard, banish all Super Heavy Samurai Soulbreaker armors from your grave, target a Super Heavy Samurai on the field whose defense is lower than its original defense, inflict damage to your opponent equal to the difference between its current and original... I see! It's an FDK enabler! Ah! I understand! Say no more. Alrighty, a Pointer of the Red Lotus. Pay 2,000 life points, reveal your entire hand, look at your opponent's hand, banish 1 card from their hand until their next end phase. This is a hand rip card that makes you pay 2,000, show your hand to your opponent, and it's still banned. I'm pretty sure this is like the worst hand rip card. I don't think there's like many left, come to think of it. And it's still banned. This is the worst one and it's still banned. You pay 1/4 of your life and you have to show your opponent what you have. And it's still not enough. How many projects are they going to print the same card and think it'll be better somehow? Okay, so this one's like older, right? A Pointer is older. It was about as old as a lot of those other ones. But like literally until those other ones started getting banned, no one used this, and then people started using this. Let's see, when did it come out? Oh, it came out in 2009, so it's about the beginning of the Synchro era. Prank works by revealing enemy cards and putting permanent debuffs on them. That sounds annoying. Striking keywords, lowering stats, increasing costs. Yeah, that sounds obnoxious. There's not that many cards in Yu-Gi-Oh! That affect cards in your hand. I think there's that one, not no material. No, there's another one. There's one that changes the levels of all the cards in your hand. Until the next turn. I forget its name. There's a couple ones like that. Well, there's also like not the Umi one. Not a Legendary Ocean. I'm thinking of a completely different card. It has something to do with like gnomes or goblins or something. That does something like that. But yeah, that card's like not that. That card's basically never seen play. It's a deck that works by duplicating unnerfed versions of enemy cards you've pranked, then lowering their cost for yourself. Okay, that sounds a bit more creative. I think that's a bit more interesting. Because that one basically is always a, like, depending on your opponent kind of thing. You're basically playing like a really scuffed mirror match every time. That sounds kind of interesting, I think. And our final... Yes! Mistress of the Gnomes. Yes, thank you. Forgot about that. I forgot about Mistress of the Gnomes, yes. Again, it's a card that I only see being done for, like, absolutely silly things, and that kind of in-hand manipulation of card stats is just not common in Yu-Gi-Oh! And it's never really good. And finally, Branded Expulsion. Yeah, I'm gonna be real. If Sanctifier is... Dude, Sanctifier is easier to fucking use than Expulsion. Why the fuck is this banned? And again, why not just make it say 2 dragons? Make it say target 2 non-fusion dragons. If you do that, you fix the card. Turn your champion into a squirrel. Skedaddle, skedoodle, your dick is a noodle. But yeah, like, I can't fathom Expulsion being banned if Sanctifier is also not banned. Just unban... Either ban them both, or errata them to say dragons. I prefer the errata. Again, I like the design space that these 2 cards allow. But like, come on, like, it's too generic. It's just too generic. But with that, that was a discussion of every banned card in Master Duel. And believe it or not, I'm not done, because I realized, yeah. I gotta take my jewels. I have taken my jewels. Now I'm done. Jeez, I have been streaming for 6 hours. This is the longest stream I've done. Most successful stream I've done. Thanks. Thank you so much. I am very, very notoriously terrible at showing gratitude to the point where I really don't like receiving gifts because I never feel like I can reciprocate the feeling enough. But I do appreciate all the views and the viewers. I hope you had a happy, fun time with this 6 hours. I am going to lay down and give my head and throat a break. I will... Meow, do me a favor. Literally right now, just so I have it in writing, I need you to tell me to edit the title. Just send the words, edit the title, and add the song, and I'll remember what that means later. But I need it written down or I will forget it. But yeah, but with that, thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed. I hope you'll come around for next time. Next time being Thursday, where we will probably get back to Ape Escape. Hopefully my head won't be super mega ultra exploding by then. Streaming this long while my head is super mega ultra exploding was not a good fucking idea, but I had fun doing it, and so did all of you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Later.